Good evening and welcome to the 22nd meeting of the Milton Planning Board for fiscal 2023. I'd like to now call the meeting to order and begin by introductions. Maggie?
Maggie Oakfield, member.
Sean?
Sean Fahey, member.
Cheryl?
Cheryl Tagayas, secretary.
And Meredith Hall serving as chair. Now introducing our staff. Julia?
Julia Getton, clerk.
Josh?
Josh Eckhart-Lee, Assistant Town Planner.
Can't
You're
hear
muted.
Josh.
Am I still muted?
Nope, we can hear you now.
You're good.
That's
Josh Eckhart-Lee, Assistant Town Planner.
and Tim.
Tim Zerwinski, Director of Planning and Community Development.
Good evening and welcome to everyone in the public and who's watching on Zoom. If we can first begin with our administrative items, we have the approval of our minutes from March 23rd. We're going to defer the minutes from the 30th. I'm waiting for Cheryl will be editing those. So has everyone had a chance to review?
I'm good with the 23rd. Yeah.
Okay. Great. With that, if I could have a motion, please.
Oh, actually, I had one correction. It says I was absent, but I was there on the 23rd.
Okay. Sorry.
No, that's good.
So with that, friendly motion to amend that, a correction? Can I
I'll
have
make
motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of
March 23rd.
March 23rd as amended tonight.
Second?
I'll second.
Okay, roll call. Maggie?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Cheryl?
Yes.
And myself, yes. Fantastic, thank you. The next item is the discussion of our next meeting dates. And we have a date set for April 27th currently. And then Tim, in May, we haven't set a date for that. I don't know if, there shouldn't be a reason to deviate from our standard?
No, we can talk about this probably on the 27th, but we'll probably want to schedule some pre-town meetings.
Okay.
But those will be
All right.
coinciding with town meeting themselves.
Okay, so
I
let's,
actually have to figure that out because there's a room, Lynn was asking me if she
Okay.
could give the room away, so.
okay. So let's hold off on that first meeting in May, and we can look at the schedule on the 27th on when we think it would be best to meet. Then we can move to staff update. Tim?
Pretty full agenda, so I'll defer a staff update. I don't know if Josh conveyed it to anyone else. We did hear from Sue Galvin, the town clerk. She's got a hard stop at 7:30. She's here to discuss the zoning recodification article. So I don't know if she would at least get an opportunity to speak ahead of that hearing being opened, or if, but we do want to hear from the town clerk on that. So I don't know if I see she's in the attendees right now.
Great.
So Meredith, it's up to you. But
Yes, I
she
think
does
we should have
to
her,
get from 7:30.
allow her to speak at Citizens Speak, because we certainly, we won't get to it before 7:30. Okay, is that it, Tim? Great. All right, at this time then, I would now like to offer Citizens Speak. And why don't we begin with Sue? So just Sue can speak first, and then we'll go to the audience and members of the public.
So one question about that, if I may. Sue speaking at Citizen Speak will mean that her testimony is not part of the public record for the public hearing. So I wonder if we can ask the 440 Granite Ave folks to allow us to open their public hearing, but then defer it for at least 15 minutes.
15 minutes,
For
yeah.
Sue Galvin. We can
Does
then,
that would be great, and then we'll,
okay. And that way we'll have it in the record.
that's a great idea.
I think what we could do is, once we open that one, we could defer that again. So we'll be jumping around a little bit.
Right,
Okay.
yes. So with that, is there anyone else who would like to speak on anything that is not on the agenda this evening? You can open that up to others. There will be time to speak when the various public hearings are open. So Are you seeing anyone from on Zoom who would like to speak? Okay. And I'd also like to welcome Rich, just arrived. So if you'd like to introduce yourself.
Yep, Rich Baylor, planning board member.
Great. And great. And I will just say that because we don't want to wait till it's too late, but we just want to, I just wanted to thank Rich for all of his work on this board. And this is Rich's final meeting. He'll be leaving the planning board. And we just want to really thank you for all of your hard work and service to the town. It's really been greatly appreciated by the community. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I've worked with Rich on the planning board for 5 years, and I worked with Rich on the warrant committee before that. So, Rich, I don't know. We're not going to be seeing each other now. How many years?
Just around town.
Find a way. Yes. Yeah. All the East Milton.
I'll be still.
overlay meetings.
I'm not going that far.
We want to hear from you. So that's
I
great.
just want to echo.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Rich, and it's been a pleasure working with you all these years.
The same here. No, it's been a good ride. I said to Brian Walsh not long ago, thank you for allowing me to serve on the warrant committee, which gave, I just wanted to give back a little. I thought I was going to coach Little League or something, and wound up on the warrant committee for 6 years, and then humbled by running for office. I know all of you have done it, and it's pretty humbling to ask people for support, and pretty exciting for when they do. And so it's been a great 5 years. Not going far. I'm sure I'm going to be watching.
Yeah, we'll want you to come and join us anytime.
Well, I think I want to compliment you too on the years of service, because to do the number of years you did on the warrant committee and the planning board is a tremendous commitment. And you give up a lot of your personal time. You all know that. And I the residents of the town should be grateful for what you did for all those years. So I appreciate it as a resident of the town.
I appreciate it. Thanks, Sean. Yeah, my wife reminds me that my son was 1 and he just turned 13 yesterday. So it's been a little while, but I've enjoyed it. I'm actually sad to leave, but who knows
Right.
what later on will bring.
Great.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Terrific. Okay, thank you. All right. So at this time, I would now like to open the public hearing for 440 Granite Avenue site plan approval, and with a motion to defer till 7:30. Could I have a motion to defer?
So moved.
To move to. Okay.
Second.
All right. Roll call. Rich,
Yes.
Cheryl,
Yes.
myself. Yes. Sean.
Yes.
Maggie.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Thank you for allowing us to do that. And now at this time, I would like to open the public hearing, 7:05 zoning article for town meeting, the zoning recodification, and invite Sue Galvin to speak.
Hey, everybody. I apologize for disrupting the schedule. I have another engagement, and I would be driving as the meeting's going on. So I really do appreciate your time. I just have a few words to talk about for the zoning, specifically for the article that will be presented at town meeting. So back in October of 2017 special town meeting, under Article 8, town meeting authorized myself, the town clerk, to make up-to-date, accurate index, print, and digital copies of the town's general bylaws. The town, at that point, I engaged with the planning department, the services of General Code, which is a firm that specializes in the digitation of bylaws, and they were going to reorganize the town's bylaws, both the general and the zoning. In September of 2017, we signed a contract. I provided General Code with PDFs of the town's original bylaws. The context of those bylaws was keyed into Word. 2 separate word processors keyed the context into Word. It's called a double processing system. What double processing means is those keys or those documents were compared, and any discrepancies between the two documents were corrected and by referring to the original documentation to ensure that the corrections matched the original text. The Word documents were then converted into an XML format and entered into General Code's publishing system. The conversion does not change or do anything with the context of the text. It only placed tags on chapters, articles, sections, and subsections so that the system could be properly organized and the output of the context. The context was not edited to correct any spelling or grammatical errors or missing, unclear, or duplicative text. So the general bylaws that are in draft form no longer match what we had originally seen. So it's been renumbered and reorganized into chapters and articles. Within those chapters, subsections are designated according to General Code's standard organizational system. They did impose some text style changes, but they don't affect the context of the bylaws. So for example, town has been consistently capitalized when we're referring to the town of Milton. Numbers are cited so that the numbers 1 through 9 are written out, and 10 and above fractions, decimals, and dollar amounts appear in a numerical format. That's about all I have, but I'm more than willing to answer any questions.
Yes, Sue, I just think it would be helpful if you could maybe backtrack, and for those who might be watching and those who aren't familiar with the beginning of this process, what your responsibility is in terms of certification of the zoning bylaws?
Sure. So when I became elected back in 2012, the bylaws for both the zoning and the general, the zoning bylaws hadn't been, the articles that had been accepted at town meeting hadn't been incorporated into the written bylaws since 2010. At that point, because many hands, other than just the town clerk's office, had touched those documents, hard to certify that it was accurate and correct, and to add more to it, I didn't feel comfortable saying that I could certify it. I also had heard about General Code, was very interested in the codification process because I feel that it would enhance and allow the town's bylaws to be more viewable for the public at large. It's a searchable format. However, I wasn't able to get funding. And it took several years. And in 2017, I came before the planning board. And I believe, Cheryl, you were a member at that time.
I was. I
And
remember.
I spoke to you folks about the condition of the bylaws, which everybody was in agreement were and still are in very unuser-friendly format. You also were familiar with the General Code formatting system, and the planning board provided the funding out of their budget for us to contract with General Code. Greatly appreciated then, still appreciate it now, because without that funding, it probably would not have happened. Unfortunately, at that time, I thought that it would be full steam ahead and that we would have had the bylaws up and ready to go by 2018 or 19 at the latest. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. And the bylaws were converted by general code in a proper time frame. We looked at them. We had a committee, a working group committee reviewing them. General code provides a document for us to review and coincide. That process began. Unfortunately, COVID hit, and the process somehow was waylaid. However, the zonings were continued to be tackled. And we did a comparison. So the zoning general code did do the zoning with the corrections that the general bylaw review committee had proposed. Former member Alex Whiteside did a phenomenal job. He worked very diligently to try and get the information on there correctly. When we did a comparison between what our bylaws look in a red line, and Tim, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but there were hundreds upon hundreds of red line corrections. Very hard for anybody to understand. And we revisited it. I believe I came before both yourselves and the select board earlier this last year and talked about that and wanted to go back and just input the zoning articles as they were to give us a starting base point of how the articles were and have been in our zoning laws. And then leave it up to your astute abilities to review them and make any modifications, changes from that point, of the starting point. Did that answer your question?
Yes.
It might have been a little long-winded.
Yes, no, that was great. And this is the first of what we discussed as a two-step process, right? So first is get it documented in a way and in a format that you feel comfortable certifying, since that's your responsibility, right? And then from there, we'd be able to track changes in a way that's necessary for town meeting members to be able to understand what changes could be. That was my recollection of that discussion too. So thank you, Sue. Appreciate your work on this.
Oh, sure. Thank
So-
you.
So I have a question for you. So what is general code has taken is from 2010, correct? And
No,
not including the following.
No, all the
one
bylaws.
year.
So our bylaws are comprehensive. So what they did was they took all the addendums or articles that were passed by town meeting from 2010 on and incorporated them in.
So
We
those are all
had
included.
the bylaws that were through 2010 that had been certified
Yes.
prior to my coming on.
So just so it's clear, the way it works now is you have the certified version, which is
Right.
quite out of date. And then anybody who looks to try and either see if a project's in compliance with it or just to understand it before they make an application, they might have to ask for every amendment that's gone through town meeting since then, and then try and figure out, go back and forth and quote themselves and find where the change was made. It's so highly unusable, and it's fraught with error for people. I mean, even I noticed in the 40B applicants with the attorneys they bring in, their list of variances had errors in them because of how difficult it is to work with this current zoning. And having something that is searchable online is just the standard. And this company, this is their expertise. So I'm really excited to see that this move forward, really.
And I'm seeing Peter Mullen, who has arrived. Peter, Sue Galvin needed to speak early because she has to be somewhere tonight and leave. So we opened the hearing, but we're going to close it and it will be continued for you to speak this evening. Defer it, yes. So, okay, so thank you very much. We can read that into the record. And at this time, we can, Sue, unless there's anything else that you wanted to add to that.
No, I thank you, and I am available if you have any questions after this. Feel free to reach out to me. I apologize for my short notice in saying that I have to leave early. I had intended to be here for the duration of the meeting.
Great, well,
Thanks for all you
thank
do,
you.
Thank you, Sue.
Thank
you
you.
so much.
So I'll make a motion to defer the public hearing for the zoning article for town meeting until after the closing of the public hearing for the 440 Granite Ave site plan approval.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor? Maggie?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Rich?
Yes.
Cheryl?
Yes.
And myself, yes. Okay, great. So now I would like to reopen and invite the members from 440 Granite Ave site plan approval, continued from March 30th. Welcome. Welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
A beautiful day.
Yes,
Sorry to be
summer.
here, but
Yes.
Really nice.
You got
It's
it.
too higher.
Yeah.
So, did you want to say something or shall I?
No, I'd like you go ahead and you begin.
Basically, we don't have a presentation for
Okay.
you tonight. We gave a presentation last week, and the charge to me was draft a decision, so.
Thank you for all your work on that, yeah.
I hope you've seen it.
Yes.
So I'm really just here to hear if there are questions or comments about that, or of course it's a public hearing,
Great.
so however you want to handle it, but we didn't prepare anything additional because we don't want to change anything at this point, but I drafted a decision for you.
Great. Tim, do you want to pull up, can you put up on the screen the draft that Marion's provided?
Yeah, just give me half a second. I'll do.
Sure, yeah. And while we're doing that, we can begin by the members' comments, and thank you again for all your work on that. That was greatly helpful.
So if we're going to
You don't have that,
move
right?
to the decision, we could consider
Do you have
closing the
copies?
public hearing and then we're going
No,
to
it's okay.
deliberation.
That's all right, don't worry.
But that, you might want to ask one, if there's one, before we close it, if there's any public comment that we should consider before we close
Yes,
it.
and any comments? Yep, I mean, unless,
I mean, we can continue to
Right,
discuss
deliberate.
it, but the public hearing, we typically will keep open to accept new information from the applicant, which now we don't have.
they don't
right?
have.
They don't have for us,
Great.
and any public comment.
Yes. So is there anyone from the public? Then we will open it up. Who would like to comment on the 440 Granite Avenue? Either on Zoom or here in the public?
So just to clarify, so we can ask
Right.
questions and get answers from them. They're still part of the discussion process.
No, so after we close it, we can, if you
'Cause
want.
I think we wanted to
So we want
then.
to talk about content, in here, then we would wait. But if we think that we want to make changes to this, I think, Marion, right, after, we would keep the public hearing open to discuss the decision, if we have questions for you.
Yeah, then we should
Yeah.
keep it open then.
And I only asked that because I did I sent
Yeah.
to Tim, a list of my comments. So I wasn't sure if they need to respond during open session to my comments or if they can respond once it's closed.
Then we should do it while it's open.
Okay.
And then deliberate.
So,
Okay.
Tim,
Tim's pulled it up. Okay, great.
but the questions, was anybody,
So I did have a question. It's something that I was, but I'd like the others to go first.
did you confirm there's nobody in the public?
Yeah, I didn't, Julie, you're not seeing anybody, right? And there's no one here.
I don't see any
Or Tim, no?
There's a bunch of attendees, but there's no.
Okay, no hands up. Okay, thank you. We'll keep an eye on it if there is, so. Go, Sean?
Marion, if you could, part of your submission is an updated Feingold Alexander presentation dated 4/7. Could you briefly tell us what changed?
Yes, and I'll ask my companions to correct me if I'm leaving anything out. They may know even better than me, but, let's see, now, 4/7. Okay, we provided specific notes and
I can always pull it up here.
showed an example of granite that was going to be facing the front door.
Mhm.
I even had trouble finding that myself, actually, but I'm hoping that you saw it. It should be, it is to be in that final 4/7 plan because we discussed it and we had agreed that we would be doing that. I'm drawing a blank here, so.
It's that, we did that, so at the front entry, there's the granite that's basic granite. And then, so that's in the renderings, then you can see that there. We actually showed, I don't know what it's called, the tree fencing, you know, that as Meredith was suggesting. Yeah, it's on 3 sides of the tree and not on the parking curb side. Those were the big things, and the tree type.
The tree
types, we did see that. That was
Yes,
great.
we did change the tree types to some suggestions or examples that you had provided and that you'll be provided. And I did include language saying subject to approval of the Shade Tree Advisory Committee, that's the town's procedure. And so, you know, I'm not necessarily expecting that they're going to disagree with your recommendation, but I just put that in as kind of a backup because they do have that right at least to guide the choice of street trees.
And
we consulted them originally, so I thought that I should add that.
And I did see that you changed the trees that were on the Citizens Bank side to have them which really looks much nicer, that you don't have that big, large wall without any greenery. So the trees were moved.
There's a row all the way along.
There's a row all the way along, which will look much, much nicer. I didn't see, and maybe from the renderings, I know you talked about doing more of an opaque glass.
Yes, I put it in the decision because I don't know how you can really see
That's
it.
okay. I didn't see it on there, but I saw it in the decision.
And actually, let's make sure the language is in there because there's a lot of little conditions and I just want to make sure that I did put that in, but I intended to.
Yeah, we'll scroll through and double check because I don't know that I saw that.
So maybe, yeah.
Here, I'll pull it up while you.
There's no note in the plan. Do you think there's a note or not?
I don't think so, and it's hard to show it in the renderings.
Right. But I don't know if I remember seeing it in the draft.
So while we're talking, or I'm going to look now, so just keep asking questions.
Great.
I'll deal with them.
Sean, did you have?
I just had one other comment. In that same area, Marion, that you're referring to on the Citizens Bank side, there's a walkway. It looks like there's a walkway from a pair of double doors, and from everything that I can see, it's the only walkway that's identified as I think it's identified as bituminous concrete, basically pavement. Would that actually be that, or would it be concrete, much like the rest of the walkways around the building? Do you know what I'm referring to?
Yeah, we could have a concrete. I think we were shooting for pervious pavement.
Well, yeah, it's not referred to that way on the plan, but if that was that your intent to try to use bituminous so it could be pervious?
Yes.
I see. Yeah.
What we've tried to do, and this was really the town engineer's recommendation, is that wherever there's pavement exposed to the sky, that it be pervious pavement, so the entrances to the driveways, to the
I understand it.
parking, and I think we just didn't pay, well, it does say at various places that it will be pervious pavement, but it doesn't, there's no specific reference to that.
Okay.
I can tell you that it will be pervious pavement.
Okay.
I think it's a requirement.
It's required.
Engineering department.
The engineering department.
Okay.
That's for stormwater.
That's fine. Yeah, I have no further questions. That was it.
I'm just looking for the.
I have some minor comments, but if Maggie has
You can
other
go
questions.
first. Yeah, you can go first.
I would actually like the decision, the draft decision pulled back up, if we may, on the screen. Okay, so is this property address 400 Granite Ave or 440? You want to get that right, man.
Yeah, that would.
So that's just.
It's one of those fundamental things, if you don't, that shows you're reading it, thank goodness. Okay,
Yeah.
sorry, yes, that's
Yes,
a correction, yeah.
You know, I'm the one who goes through our meeting minutes, right? And I look for all sorts of things, so I look at this too.
Yes.
Then I'm just gonna go through, under the overview, it says 2 garages at the end of that paragraph. Is it? You can say entrances.
2 entrances.
So, so it says 2 garages though, so should we modify that?
2 garage entrances.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Which paragraph is
This is
this?
the first paragraph under overview.
Oh, just describing the project. Well, I don't know why it isn't two garages.
It's 2 entrances.
I wouldn't call it 2 garages necessarily, but I don't know.
Well, either way is fine, whatever you want me to say.
The spaces are separated.
Okay, if you want to keep it, I just thought it just sounded to me like
I know,
it's almost as if one
two
was going to be
freestanding
used
garages,
for a
right.
different purpose, you know, like a different project almost, but
They are separated.
yeah, I mean, it's,
The reason I wrote it this way is because the garages are not connected.
connected,
You
okay.
can't walk from
Fine.
underground from one to the other one.
Okay, that makes sense, that's
We
fine.
go into the building.
Keep it that way then.
Is that correct?
Yes.
You could take the elevator,
Yes.
actually.
So they are connected.
So I don't know,
For a
maybe
vehicle,
it should
they're
be
not
2 entrances.
Yeah, 2 entrances.
What do you want me to do? Either 2 garage entrances, is that more accurate? They are sort of connected, but not by car.
Right, I just think it's 2 entrances really, it's not
Yeah.
2 garages.
Okay.
It is one building with different uses.
Yeah.
It's minor.
Yep.
Throughout, you say that the plans and documents are on file with the planning board. Is it really with the board or is it with the planning department? I don't know how the board.
I've always
keeps
used the
track.
language on file with the planning board, but it could be either, it's really your preference, whatever the planning board would like me to say.
Just as down the road, if someone, receives a copy of this, it seems as if they would want to know to go to the planning department to see the documents. It just seems clearer to me.
You'd rather it said planning department.
That would be my preference. And then on, just a typo. Yeah?
Cheryl, most of our decisions say they're on file with the planning board. All of the planning board's records are,
Okay, all right, then that's fine.
we kind of administer them, but they're your records.
Okay, that's fine then. All right, so then on page 4, it's just a typo in the last sentence. In the 1950s, I think you mean to say.
Yes,
Okay,
thank you.
you're welcome. These are so minor, Marion, because I think it's a well-written decision and it covers everything. So I don't, that's why I said I only have minor comments on it. On page 8, where the subparagraph E, the second paragraph there, where we're taking note of comments. I believe that it says as requested by the neighborhood association. I think you could either say the East Milton Neighborhood Association or members of that association, right? Just to be a little more specific.
Yeah, but it should say East Milton, you're right. Well, how about members of the East Milton Neighborhood Association, because there isn't really a formally
Not a
elected.
formal vote, I don't think.
I don't think.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then on page 9, for paragraph H, at the very end of the second to last sentence, it says that the design was modified according to suggestions and recommendations from the public. I would suggest that you put from the board and public. We did have suggestions. And,
Let me just fix that.
okay.
Oh, yeah, I think I actually intended to say that, but I didn't. Public and the planning board.
Cheryl, can you repeat what you want that to say?
I'm just adding, before the word public, just put board and public. So board and. or the two words being added. Then on page 10, at the very top, there's you make a comparison to other condominium developments in Milton, and you say Quistit Brook. I was wondering if we're better off saying 36 Central as the comparison, because it's a mixed-use building.
It's perfectly all right with me. I think the planning board should say what that is. I did Quistit Brook because I have actually documented the number of children at Quistit Brook.
I see.
And whatever. It's not an age-restricted development, but almost everybody who lives at Quistit Brook is over 55. Because you know we have street listing. Sorry, so I happen to have done it for that, but if you feel that that's a valid.
Yeah, I would say 36%. I would agree with that. I think they're very.
Business district, it's mixed use. I think it's a more comparable project.
Yeah, I would agree.
Okay, so tell me again where that is.
It's
Top of 10, page 10, the
Right.
first
Yeah.
paragraph.
First paragraph, okay.
And then there's just a typo there too.
Oh, I see. Okay, 36 Central.
At the very end of that last sentence, a typo where after the word residential, a building, so you need a space after A. And then on page 11, under the decision conditions, number 4, you mentioned the town's affordable housing index. Is that correct, or is it subsidized housing inventory? I wasn't quite sure.
We'll change that to subsidized housing inventory.
It's in SHI.
Yeah, okay.
And so inventory.
And then on number 7, on the street trees, it mentions the grate, but it doesn't mention the protection. I just wondered if we want to add the protection that you said you put on the drawings. If
Yes.
you just want to add that here as well.
Isn't that the tree grate?
No, the grades are horizontal. So it's a little
Yeah.
fence.
It's a tree fencing. You
Yeah.
could
Or
say
guard,
yeah.
tree guard.
tree guard is the better word.
Yeah.
Guard instead of grate.
Oh, tree guard. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yes.
Open towards the street.
Yes, I
Yeah.
understand. Okay. It's not really a grate, yeah.
And then on page 12, number 10, it says there's no signs proposed. But I thought there was a sign for parking for those commercial spaces that flip to residential in the evening. Is there not a sign proposed for outside?
I don't believe there's one on the plan.
Yeah.
And we have discussed it, and it's obvious that there needs to be signage, that there have to be signs there. If it's on the edge of the street, then the town needs to approve it. If it's a safety sign, within the development, then it can just be put up. But we did think there would be a number of different signs. There'd be some kind of entrance sign, probably to the right, but we thought, because that has to go to the sign review committee, certain signs you could have by right, but we thought that maybe we just prepare all of the signs for review at that point, make sure that Public Works and Police and Fire had looked at them.
Yeah.
And even though the sign review committee doesn't have to approve all of those, that it made sense to do them all together so that they would be consistent in appearance. So rather than getting into the details of what a sign should look like before you with this hearing, we thought it might be better to package it all.
Do a sign
And it's a
back.
And I
public
like
hearing
that.
process.
Michael said that signage would be consistent across the building, which I think is a great idea, that it looks clean and everything's uniform.
So I guess the language is fine then. That's good. On number 17, I just wondered if we needed to define what food service business means. Does that mean, like, if somebody had a coffee shop, is that a food service business?
I even think that this is just my concept. I thought it was grocery stores and restaurant businesses. Coffee shop probably is included as not happening here. We did have some comments. We had a lot of different comments on possible uses for that commercial space in the course of these 2 applications. And I know some board members said maybe I'd like there to be a coffee shop there, So we've offered that as a restriction. If you want me to say grocery store or food service business, that's more comprehensive.
I thought what we had talked about was restaurants, that we.
And we could just say restaurants if you want it, because it's pretty clear that that would introduce a lot more congestion.
Yeah.
Right, I think
Yeah, I was gonna say, is it a sit-down restaurant or like a sub shop? If it's a sub shop, could that go in?
The food service right now, I would think is pretty limiting, so that's why I would think is more limiting than what we had talked about in the hearing, so I just wanted to make sure that.
maybe change it to restaurants then. That allows a little more flexibility for you if you have a frozen yogurt or something.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
What about like if there's like Milton House of Pizza went out of business? What if it's a pizza shop with, a few chairs?
It's a lot different than a restaurant.
Yeah.
Traffic.
I just wouldn't want to limit what can go in there.
I'm sorry?
I wouldn't want to limit what could go in there. However, I would want to limit. I would want to say that there are no chain stores could go in there.
No chain stores at all?
Yeah.
That's a tough one. I don't even know whether you legally can do that. I'm completely in sympathy with your intentions.
What considered
I don't know.
chain, if you like,
Look at Starbucks.
well, that's what.
Yeah, I know. So,
Anchor.
I mean, you have a Flat
I know.
Black, which is a locally owned business,
Yeah.
but they have more than one location instead of chain.
yeah.
So that becomes
Or independent owned.
We could, I don't know, maybe you can say preference if you can't make it a mandate, right? So I'm just in terms of the law, I don't know the law.
I'm hesitant about it because I don't want to have somebody.
Why don't we just change the word to restaurants?
Yeah, we'll change it to restaurants. We hear what you're saying, and mostly I think everybody feels the same way.
Right.
Sometimes it turns out, though, that there might be a business that would have several different locations that would technically be defined as a chain, but it is still local and unique.
So the last comment I'm just going to make is just to thank you, Marion, and just point out that the reason I think it's so well done is that it includes the criteria, so the site plan approval criteria, and then it goes to the existing conditions, the proposal itself, the considerations that we had, the discussions we had, so that's the findings and conclusions particular to the proposal, and then the conditions. So it's a very clear, orderly, and so I just think it's a good example also for us as we think about site plan approval, sort of our processes and procedures, sort of like a good template of how to organize it and include the information.
Before we leave the topic that you mentioned, and I agree with you too, thank you for that, but what are we saying? Restaurant? Is that one of the things we want? We don't want an unoccupied space. That's not good for the developer. It's not good for the community. So we want to make sure that we don't make this too difficult, right, to occupy.
Yeah, the restaurant is just something that I remember clearly throughout the 2 years of the discussion because it generates such a different level of traffic and the parking situation that's
Loading
part
and
of it.
unloading.
And that's why I thought what we had said and they had agreed to was no restaurant.
Yeah, I get that. I'm just wondering, how do we define restaurant? What defines a restaurant? Is it a facility that has a kitchen? Is it a facility that would require a grease trap? What's the definition of restaurant? So we all leave here tonight with a common understanding.
Or no more than 10 seats. Or no.
What's the size of the space? What's the size of the space?
I could just offer one comment as a caution. Of course, we're going to the Board of Appeals next. And that we are requesting a variance for the amount of commercial off-street parking that we're providing. We have 9 spaces. We have almost 4,000 square feet of commercial space, which the planning board supports. And I'm hoping that you will communicate that to the Board of Appeals.
We will.
But you need to think about appropriate but not too restrictive definitions of what can go into this commercial space because we're asking for relief from the off-street parking requirement, which is for every 250 square feet, you need a parking space. So when we introduced this application a long time ago, we said, we want to do businesses that, won't attract too much vehicular traffic. And so we won't have restaurants. We're going to say we'll commit to the idea that there won't be restaurants because, first of all, you have to have a special determination of adequacy of parking for a restaurant anyway. And also because the experience has been that restaurants do create a fair amount of parking demand and sometimes spilling over into the neighborhoods. So that's I don't want to kill a good thing by being too broad here in what we're asking for. At the same time, I completely recognize in what you're saying, which is we don't want to make it impossible to use this space. It needs to be vibrant and useful and provide what Milton residents might enjoy, especially residents who live nearby in the building and are around in the square. So I still think a restaurant restriction, if you perhaps you want to say sit-down restaurants. Would that?
Just a comment. I think, and I know this was a topic that abutters really cared about, if I am not mistaken. The problem that East Milton has right now is there's a lot of restaurants, there's a lot of small restaurants, and no matter how big they are, they all have Uber right now. I have lived in East Milton a lot of years. I've never seen so much double parking that I do today. It's constant. It's kind of crazy. When you watch Uber come up and folks do U-turns in the middle of the square, things like that. This spot, we all talked about how it's going to be tough parking. Parking could be an issue. If we put food service here, I think of any kind, it's going to cause a lot more traffic on Mechanic Street, a lot more idling cars just running in, you know what I'm saying? And those are usually dangerous situations when people are coming in and out pretty fast. Or what I'm seeing now on Church Street is for Novara, lots of people going up a one-way. It's every day, one-way traffic. People are coming down a one-way street. I almost got hit in the middle of the street by somebody coming down the one-way street. So I just caution this conversation because I know the neighbors really cared about this. And I do agree with you about restrictions, but this was a big topic.
So Rich, my recollection on the restaurants, do you have a different recollection, like in terms of whether it could be like a little coffee shop too?
So I'm not in a butter here.
Yeah.
And so my thought was, I think that came up and it was kind of like, we don't want those things right here because it's going to cause a lot of stopping traffic. There's a lot of traffic right there, right? Coming off the highway is always backed up. Now imagine people stopping to get a quick coffee or this and that. I mean, it sounds like a wonderful thing, right? I mean, I might want to walk there and grab a coffee, but I'm not in a butter.
We had a lot of comments from neighbors, immediate neighbors, who were concerned about restaurants, about bringing in a restaurant, without getting into how many seats it would have or anything else. Just reporting that, and I think we should remember it. I guess the best I could say is, you put conditions in a permit decision.
Yep.
It's always possible to come back and meet with the planning board in a public hearing and say, for the following reasons, maybe this should be changed.
I like that idea. And again, to my point, I guess what I was saying is sometimes the traffic, I guess what I was saying is sometimes worse when you have that little shop because then there's a ton of in and out traffic constant.
So you prefer to leave the food service?
I'd prefer to keep it more restrictive. And I liked what Marion said. If they do find that they need to come back for a change, well,
The ice cream smith wants to move to.
Yeah, right.
Which we would all love.
Yeah, and I think that at that point you're probably in a better place because the building's built. People know it, they feel it, they know what's maybe it's they love it and they want to see something there. I don't know.
It might be that it's a particular tenant, and then you can get a little bit more information about their operations at that time.
Right.
So I guess what you could do when you're thinking about marketing the space is know that it's not a restaurant, but maybe some other, small scale type thing might be acceptable. And then maybe the neighbors would want to see what the operation is, see if they'd support it, right? And then
So leave restaurant as the prohibition.
That would be my suggestion.
You're leaving it.
Food service.
Food service, yeah.
Food service business.
Yeah.
So it's the original language. Okay.
But what I was suggesting, following up on what Rich said, is that as you go to market it, you're not going to market it for a restaurant for sure.
Sure.
But if you had somebody come up who had a low impact kind of small food service operation, maybe that would be something that would be okay. You talk with the neighbors, you can come back and amend
Yeah.
decision, right? Is that what you're saying, Rich?
Yeah, I mean, on the off chance, like I was in Quincy Center the other day, and there's a little chocolate candy store I was walking by. I don't know, maybe there's tons of traffic there, but I can't imagine there's lots of in and out traffic in that store, right? Maybe that's okay, I don't know.
Like there's, let's just say cake pops, you mentioned.
Right.
Like cake pops down in Lower Mills.
Right.
It's food, but I can't imagine anybody would consider it generates the same kind of traffic as a restaurant does next door, or a bar or a pub or something, right?
Right.
So that's why I just thought food service was
Makes sense.
kind of really extensive, but.
Yeah.
So that's kind of like one of my problems is because we were not, I'll speak for myself, I was not part of the discussion prior to that. And as I said at our last meeting, this is our only 5th meeting on this. And I do think it's a little bit unfair that we're putting restrictions or having conversations about discussions that were had with neighbors before I got on the board. So that's my overall problem that I'm having with this, that I do feel like for me, it's being rushed. And I don't know what the neighbors say, because in these 4 meetings leading up to this, no one has really said anything. So for me, that's my problem, and I think it's a little bit unfortunate because I don't know the right things to say. There was always a sub shop where Milton House of Pizza was. It was CJ's sub shop forever, and I always go to the sub shops. My guys always go to the sub shops. And I would think that it would be nice to have a sandwich shop there. And I think all the kids on their bikes would bike around and, come down from Cunningham and Collycott. And I think not having a food service there might not be a great thing.
I'll just, one other thing to chime in there, Maggie, is that it is a business district.
Mm.
And we don't necessarily, we do have some restrictions in the business districts on what kinds of businesses, but not too many, like non-sexually oriented business, not a marijuana shop, things like that, right? But otherwise, restaurants, the reason they're singled out is because the parking is handled differently, right? And so that was one of the reasons I thought that we had singled out restaurants before.
One of the things I would add though too, like I can appreciate where you're coming from. The way I would look at it for myself is if the developer really wanted to go in that direction and was saying that's what they want and the neighbors were saying no, I think we'd need to dive really far deeper and figure that out. But in this case, if I'm not, the developers are writing it, they're seemingly okay with it. And so they think, and I'm not speaking for you, but since you wrote it, I'm assuming you think you can get tenants.
You build it, they'll come, right?
There you go. And so I'm not going to push back on them because they're saying that they want it this way, and they've agreed maybe with somebody that said that. So, but that's why I am suggesting though, if this becomes an issue, they should come back and.
I would, just point out to you one other issue, and maybe you reached the point where you're pretty much going to say there's a restriction. When you have mixed use, it does often occur that there's a restaurant on the first floor, there's one on Wharf Street. But it can be a big issue because restaurants have to emit, they have to exhaust odors, they have grease traps, and that can be kind of noxious to people who are living right above it. So it's another reason why you should think carefully about whether or not you're going to have a restaurant on the first floor where you have a pretty tight parking situation and heavy traffic. That's the other reason.
I'm a block and a half from the square, and I can smell who needs to change their traps on any given month. And I can tell you which restaurant it is, usually, because you can smell it 2 blocks away. I will also say that, and this is a completely other subject, but for the planning board to know as you move forward, that we didn't, like CJ's, I love those restaurants. There was also Seraphine's this way. There was all these great restaurants, but that was it. There was no Navarra, and there was no Abbey Park, there was no Bible and other things, and I'm not blaming any of these places, but if you live 2 blocks in the perimeter of the square, we now see lots of rats in our neighborhood running down the street during the daytime, which is upsetting. And so comes restaurants, comes trash, comes food, you get more rodents, you get things like that. And to be honest with you, I think we've got a lot in the square for restaurants. And so and I'm a little biased in that because I see it every day.
I would just offer one more, I guess, comment for the opportunity to create some flexibility for how the space could be used. If we said that it shall not be leased to a food service business that requires either a grease trap or an exhaust hood, that would eliminate a lot of restaurant use, but create the opportunity for something to be in this, such as a coffee shop. I understand your comments about parking and so forth. The reality on parking, if it's too difficult to get a coffee at a coffee shop, people just don't go, and that oftentimes will eliminate itself. But if you prevented the use of an exhaust hood and you prevented the use of a grease trap, that generally eliminates cooking. And creates an opportunity for the space to be utilized maybe for an amenity for the building. Many buildings benefit from having an amenity at the first floor because it drives tenancy too. So for a number of reasons, I think activating the street level of this building is really important. We want to make sure that it's not empty space. An amenity might be something that's valuable for driving tenancy in the building. And I think if we simply, restrict it from having an exhaust hood and restrict it from a grease trap, you've kind of eliminated a lot of restaurant use that creates the kind of conditions we talked about earlier. So I offer that to you, Marion, and to the board members for consideration.
Actually, it's a good suggestion if the board supports it. And of course, the Board of Appeals can put conditions on their decisions, you understand. So if they're not comfortable with it, they also can come back and just say nothing related to food service. But I was thinking about, just a lot of different things that I've seen recently in different places, Boston and other towns. I've seen bookstores that have coffee, maybe a few muffins. That's it. But it creates, it would be nice to have a bookstore, I don't know if we ever will, but it creates a nice atmosphere and, people really enjoy it. It is an amenity, that kind of approach. So whatever you want to do.
I would support that.
The only other problem there is, you can't, like we were talking about before, if you're not going to say chains, but you open the door for that, there's no reason why there couldn't be a small Dunkin' Donuts put in there that just has, like you'd see in Stop and Shop.
Right.
There would be nothing to stop that. From my standpoint, I totally agree with what you're saying. And you might be saying, this is what I can almost envision what you're going to say here. We almost don't have enough time for me to figure out what else you would have to put in that sentence so that you'd curb some of the things that could happen. Because I like what you said. So because I don't know what's around that, I almost defer back to this and say, if we want to put something in and you want to get very creative and come up with all these cool ideas that you're talking about, it's usually those are the things that happen though. A lot of those type of little stores in East Milton Square didn't survive, So that's why we have, the chains. Like Java Joe's was in the square for gone. There was a lot of little places like that, gone.
Look at Newbury Street. I know it's changed a lot.
So I don't know why. Maybe the chains do better. Maybe there's a different business model.
Well, Newbury Street has, because the rents are so high, the only ones that can do it.
So I see where you're going, Sean. I like that. I actually really like that. I don't know. I feel like I'd need a bunch of hours to figure out what other words you got to put in there to restrict something. So for me, I would say we should go with this and just. I feel like you guys aren't pushing back hard.
Well, let's come back and come back to you, providing the Board of Appeals goes along with all of this. If we have something similar to what you were thinking of, I hate to do that. I know how busy the planning board is, but I think something particular like that, if it were supported, by those who are living in the area. It would be worth coming.
Those usually come through pretty quick, at least in my time on the board.
That
Have
might
gone
be the
pretty
way
quick.
to balance Rich's concerns about the type of place they come in, because then if you came back, you'd have a better idea, because you would have a potential tenant in mind, right?
And if at some point, like between now and, we get going, if you somehow come up with an idea that kind of opens it up again, there's no reason why we couldn't add it.
Make an amendment.
Yeah.
And personally, I like donuts, but I don't really think we should have a Dunkin' Donuts in front of this building. But that's not.
There's one next door,
Nothing against Dunkin' Donuts, and we have one in the square
Yeah.
already. So.
Okay, so we'll keep it as is for now. That's.
Before we leave that page, Marion, can we go up to number 12?
Sure.
And I just a slight change in the wording. And at the end of that, it reads, subject to approval of a final plan before construction begins by the town.
Thank you.
The town's not going to build this. Yeah. So if we just take by the town and take by the town and place that final plan before, approval of the final plan by the town.
Oh, I know what I was trying
Okay,
to say.
yeah.
Approval of a final plan
By the town. So if we just change, where that is. Okay,
Thank you.
sure.
And I actually had something similar, just along those lines. On E, under E and A, because I feel like we never really got a final letter from the fire department, just we want to make sure the construction management plan, that seems like it's still in the works, and you're going to be working with the town departments on that as you progress. The way this is written, it says, the planning board takes note of the fact that the applicant has submitted and revised a construction management plan as would have been required had this been a special permit process, and is continuing to review the plan details with the police, fire, and Department of Public Works, and that construction work will not commence until the town approves the construction management plan. I feel like that's very general. Who is the town? Who's making that final?
The town? Well, the town has a procedure. The town always has to approve a construction management plan.
You're speaking
That's the town's procedure. Who does it actually? It's a combination of the Department of Public Works, the town engineer, the police, and the fire departments.
So that's
they all review. In fact, they've all been reviewing the drafts.
But you're alluding to that. That's what I just wanted to
Would you like
confirm
me to say that?
And could we say, I think it might be nice to have the planning board have just a final, subject to a final approval of the construction management plan, just in the event that there's anything that we've missed. One thing that I was thinking about in the construction management plan, which we're actually seeing with the memory care, is there, and also with the Goddard School on Central Avenue, the old Husa Club, they've installed video cameras. And I'm thinking just for you on that site, because it is such a busy site, it would be exposed to, potential vandalism, which, that fire at the Husa Club was absolutely devastating, and it was close to being ready to open. So I'm not imposing. I'm not saying you have to do that, but I would think that maybe that's something that you might want to consider. Is
We would
putting
do that anyway. Our insurance would require it.
Okay, great. And then also that during loading and unloading, that you would provide police detail, that it wouldn't be charged to the town to provide police detail if you have heavy equipment or deliveries
That is
coming in.
definitely part of the construction management plan, and it looks like on this site, there's going to be a lot of police details.
And that your company would pay, you would.
Yeah, in the draft,
Yeah.
construction management plan, it's still a draft,
Yeah.
but it has been updated and more detail has been added.
Yeah, we met with the fire chief and the police department that reviewed it.
Great.
Chase Berkeley reviewed
Great. And then Cheryl had also mentioned the dust, that you have a way of containing the dust on the site especially during the demolition process. That
And I think that's in the plan already.
is that in the plan? Because I didn't see. Okay.
I remember seeing something about that. We may have added more, but
Okay.
yes.
So
And it is an issue, of course. I mean, even yesterday when there wasn't construction, you could see a lot of dust blowing.
Right, right. So I don't know if the rest of the board feels like they need to just have a final look over the final.
Well, I guess my only question, and maybe Tim could comment on this, if the reference is to the town, it really allows all of the, I guess, jurisdictions or departments within the town to be, if we get too specific, might we leave someone out, right? So, Tim, what's the proper language that you see as most beneficial?
I think it really is a yes or no question as to whether the board itself wants to be a part of that review or approval process. Because I mean, as Marion says, when you say the town, we're all kind of looking at this stuff together. I would, Marion, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I know the building commissioner, typically has a role to play in things.
He does, yes. He's another one. So you're probably right that we shouldn't list, because it's really everybody you can think of.
Right.
I
just want to make sure no one is left out.
If you would like to say, let's see, how would we put it? It's difficult when you condition something on coming back to the planning board for the simple reason that the planning board might not doesn't meet every day, and there can't, of course the planning board should get a copy of the final construction management plan. And I can say that here, but
that would be fine for me.
They're usually those other departments.
Exactly.
And basically, they have veto power over that plan. So you could say it's great, but they're going to tell you, no, it's not great. The fire department still needs to know how wide the road is. Can they turn their traffic?
No, that's.
I think a copy to us makes a lot of sense, and if we have any concerns about it, we can convey those to the building department.
Exactly. That's great. Okay.
Okay.
That was.
So what kind of language do you want to change here in this paragraph?
Construction work will not commence until the town approves the construction management plan.
And the planning board
has been provided with a copy.
That's perfect. And I did not see anything in here about the balconies. I don't mean to.
Yeah, so.
I don't know the proper place.
It slipped out. I know about it, and I also know that you can see it in the plan. So let's just figure out where to put that.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised, actually, because I remember thinking about how to put this in.
Look at where.
I'd say.
Under design, maybe?
How about making it 9 and then updating all the numbers after that? 8 is the building metric.
Okay.
9 is, how do you want to describe it? Balcony glass. Glass shall be opaque glass.
Yeah.
Correct.
So you've obviously seen that as the architect. Is that completely, is furniture not visible through there? You can't.
It wouldn't, there'll be some shadows, but you won't see what it is.
Okay. So you've seen that.
And so what's the reasoning behind opaque beside, as opposed to a darker?
That was a request from the board.
Yeah, but as opposed to a darker color? What's opaque to me is more clear.
One of the,
You like
tinted, like a gray.
What color tint?
one of the benefits of a glass rail is being able to sit down and see out of it.
Yeah.
So you don't always have to be standing up. If you have something frosted, you're gonna still get light through it. If it's a solid color, you're not gonna get any light through it. So it's a trade-off.
To be opaque or frosted, I think frosted would be, achieve what you're trying to achieve and still allow light through it too.
Yeah.
Well, I'm thinking about the building where the Milton Nail Spa is. Those windows they're glass windows you can see out, but they're quite dark. You can't really see into the buildings. That's a tint, and that's what I'm envisioning something. And it's easier to see out. So I don't know if it's tinted on just one side, how that works, but you might want to look at that. But
I could say balcony glass shall be designed so that neighbors cannot see onto the balcony.
Or to be able to see a shadow. I think the worry is to see somebody's blue Adirondack chair.
Right.
So if you have something frosted, I mean, you don't want to restrict being able to see out. That would be our, as an architect, or as someone buying it, you don't want that to be an issue.
Would not do that. So I would say you need to have it tinted or frosted.
I think the concern generally is, you drive by some apartment buildings or condo buildings and you see areas like that as storage areas. Bicycles, your beach chairs, anything that's not fitting inside your apartment gets stored. That's really, I think, what one of the bigger concerns is. How do you police that? I mean, this is kind of an effort to screen it so that all of the neighbors, because most of the decks face, they're all facing the neighbors, and that's the concern that we have, to make sure that we.
How about that? We could say balcony glass should be designed with a tint or frosting. I don't think that's the right word. So as to shield the view onto the balcony, as to shield views onto the balcony. That's the best I can do. But that gives you some flexibility in terms of deciding what it should be finally.
Right. Because
Keep
obviously
in mind, it's not a rental unit, so it's a condominium development. So there are restrictions that they can put on the folks.
condo docs.
And you may be able to manage it simply that way.
Yes.
Good idea.
I was just thinking from a color perspective. I mean, is it going to be green and red and, or it could be black or
consistent
gray.
look on the
Yes,
building.
yeah, like, not purple.
All right, I'll just add the word consistent. How about that? With a consistent tint or frosting, if that's the right way to describe it, so as to shield the view onto the balconies. Okay?
Yeah.
All right. That's better, because I wasn't too sure myself what you'd end up with opaque, although I'm thinking sort of milky white, but I don't know if that's really what it would be.
I think the dark gray with the granite and.
All right. Good.
Marion, are you taking down edits as well?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna
Well,
defer to you.
What I can do is I can provide
I'll try to keep track, but
I can provide an update, and then you're going to compare it to your own notes.
Marion, we are going to plan to vote on this tonight at Rich's last meeting, right?
Yes.
So if you can just read what you wrote, then Kim can put it in right now.
Okay, so 9 says balcony glass shall be designed, shall be of consistent design with either a tint or a frosted surface to shield the view onto the balcony. So balcony glass shall be of consistent design with either a tinted or a frosted surface to shield the view onto the balcony. It covers it. Onto the balcony. Okay. And that's 9, and then all the numbers after 9, you've already changed them.
So I have a question, on the bottom of page 5, the last sentence, where it says, it's oriented so as to have almost no additional shadow effect. So one of the things I had asked, I think, at the first meeting was, what was the percent increase in shadow?
It's not a percentage, Maggie, but in the site plan, you'll see that there are pages showing
Right,
shadow
yep,
effects
yep.
the color. So the way that you can see that it's minimal, but there's some shadow effect in December is that you have one color for the existing shadow.
Yep.
And then you have, I think it's green, for the shadow added by this building. The rest of the year, there isn't any shadow effect, which is interesting to me, and it must be because of the location of this building and the orientation of the building. So most of the shadow that falls on the neighborhood to the rear is existing shadow. And of course, now that we reduced it by 1 floor, it's somewhat even less than it was. But we didn't describe that as a percentage, but you can see it pretty clearly in those diagrams.
I personally just kind of use percentages.
Yeah.
So to me, percentages make sense because it's immeasurable. Just saying almost no additional shadow doesn't really
How about saying minimal shadow effect? Because it's somewhere between maybe almost no.
Okay, just guide me again to where what part of the decision you're looking at.
The bottom of page 5, the very last sentence.
I think my page numbers are a little different from yours, so what section is it?
Oh,
very
D.
last-
Section D.
DA, oh, okay. Oh, I see. I've got it, yeah, okay.
I think that's, change it to minimal additional.
And is oriented to have minimal additional shadow effect.
Because just again, from this document is what PRONDAC is going to enforce. So if a neighbor says, oh, there's more shadow, I have too much shadow, how is PRONDAC going to enforce that? So this is an enforcement document.
So and is oriented so as to have a minimal additional shadow effect.
So I just don't think that he can enforce that. Is my point.
It's actually a description of the effect of the building.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not. It's a good thing we did before shadow studies because we have something to compare to.
Yeah.
So I suppose you could compare afterwards.
But this document references the diagrams that were in the drawing.
Yeah, this is just a reference to what we provided.
Right.
And it's a professionally prepared shadow study according to the proper standards. It's actually it's pretty expensive to have these studies done. We did a lot of them. And so that's the evidence that we're presenting. We presented to the
Yeah, so PRONDAC will be able to look at that, all the paperwork.
Yes.
And I also think the way this is written, it's describing the orientation of the building, not necessarily speaking to the shadow effect, the way that's written, right? The building is located against Granite Ave and away from the residential lots on Mechanic Street and is oriented so as to have almost no additional shadow effect. I don't think Joe PRONDAC is going to go to that to try to define how much shadow should be there or not. That's my own opinion. Yeah.
To talk about what the design intent is, then you could say it's oriented to minimize additional shadow effect, because then you're getting to intent of the design strategy. So you would say, and is oriented to minimize additional shadow.
So that's just one of the things that I heard from a resident who said that. So that's why, it was important to that neighbor. So that's,
Yeah, well, it is important. It's been an issue all throughout, I think. That's
But you
why
are
we
right.
did so many studies.
For the neighbors though, they will have the study, right? I mean, he'd probably go to the study, I think, to support or, right? I think.
Do you want me to change this to and is oriented to minimize additional shadow effect?
I think that's a better
Description.
description.
The purpose of it.
Yes, if they decide to make a change in the future that all of a sudden disrupts this, maybe they can point back to it.
Yes, okay.
But I think it answers Maggie's concern, because if it's written the way you described, Cheryl, there's no measure. It describes the orientation of the building. I think that's what you were concerned with. Is somebody going to bring this up and say, Joe, there's a shadow effect, and it says almost no. So yeah, I think you're right. It should answer.
That's intent.
It should.
Of design.
Yeah.
and the same thing for, on page 6B, where it says, furthermore, the on-ground traffic study by VHB showed sufficient gaps between cars. So I just wasn't sure what the definition of sufficient was.
Again, that is based on the actual study that VHB did and reported to the planning board on it. I know there's an awful lot of materials that we've submitted for this application, but the study is the update to the original study and the response to the peer review of the traffic study. VHB then went out and did an on-the-ground observational study and measured during rush hour and throughout the day what the length of time was where there were, how much space there was to get in between cars on Granite Ave, or was it, impenetrable or something like that? And their conclusion was that, and they have actual numbers.
Yeah.
This
So
is
that's
how many gaps, this is how long they were.
So
So I didn't give you those numbers.
I get all that, but I'm just thinking, because I know how it is, Joe's gonna go and pull out this permit if someone complains. Because I've been through it.
What you want to make sure is that this is what the report indicates. So maybe the word showed should be indicates or indicated. Because you're then referring to what the report is.
Yep.
Yep, okay, indicated. So this is,
And again, the bottom of page 6, where it says, be accessed by a secure key card. I don't really think that we care how it gets accessed, I know I'm nitpicking, but who's going to monitor the key cards?
well, I say secure key card or similar.
So.
It's of general interest to know that there will be a security system, that this parking garage will not be open to the public. That's really the purpose of saying that.
Yeah.
But I didn't want to just say it's not, I don't know what the system will be at the end, so.
But it gives an example of what the system could be, which we're familiar with. So I think it makes sense to keep it that way.
So then on page 7, in the top paragraph, where it says the on-site parking provided is appropriate for this location in this design and density of commercial and residential space. And the parking plan is consistent with conditions throughout East Milton Square Business District, which, that is an accurate statement because it is consistent with conditions. But I also sort of feel like when we are doing new development, we're trying to improve on the existing old way that we're doing things. I know we've said before with the loading and unloading, and Cheryl has said it's really not fair to ask applicants to provide something where other applicants or other existing businesses don't. But I feel like, we're trying to make improvements and just putting on something new on an existing problem. We already know there's an existing problem. And if we're not trying to help solve that existing problem, I'm not sure if we're doing the neighbors, good service. And we all know that I think 12 parking spots were lost during the redesign of East Milton. That's just, it's just commentary. I just don't think that we should always do just what has been accepted in the past.
Yes, and I get what you're saying. The point here really is that it's difficult, if not impossible. Most of the businesses in East Milton Square don't have any off-street parking. This development does have 9 spaces designated for commercial use. So it has provided some off-street parking. But the problem again is we want more commercial space.
Yeah. And I'm 100% for commercial space. I'm 100%.
And we're saying we've provided a parking plan that is adequate what I'm trying to say here, and if the planning board agrees, is that your finding is that the design provided is adequate for the amount of commercial and residential space. That's kind of an important message going forward to the Board of Appeals, because that's where we have to ask for variance. And I understand approval by the town. If there is a way to improve parking even more with new development, then absolutely, I think the planning board is going to be looking for that. It's just more interesting to see. It's fairly difficult to do.
I think one thing we could think about, again, if we think about 36 Central as a kind of example of this kind of project in the business district, and I don't think that there's been, certainly no loading bay in that building, because first of all, those take up a lot of space, and second of all, you attract a larger vehicle if you have that kind of provision on it. And I don't think there's, I'm aware of, been a problem with when people move in. There might be an initial move-in period, I guess, but then, how many sales are there in condos over time? That's really the loading. It's not like a restaurant here, we've already said, so we don't have that kind of loading. But if you think about what kind of loading you have, it's most likely like the biggest use is going to be Amazon and Uber pulling up into those spaces rather than a real vehicle. And so we don't have in a lot of places a place for Uber and Amazon to pull up.
I thought 36 Central in their permit, it did say that that there was space for loading and unloading. And it was only.
I don't see how that works with the vehicle backing into the back of the building.
Because it specifically said that, because I compared the.
And the UPS trucks
compared all the permits.
And they come in the back.
Like I compared the permits for 36 Central Ave, Bent's, and they all have off-street ability for loading and unloading. And so
except for East and Mills. Milton,
yes. So I was just going by, what has already been approved in towns, what the standards are. And I think 36 Central Ave had fewer units. It was a bigger lot by like 2,000 square feet, I believe. It was a bigger lot, had fewer units, slightly smaller commercial space, and I think more parking. And so that's the only, Mrs. McGettrick always does such a great job writing things, but this is a little bit different from the other permits that the town has written in the past. So I went through and I was comparing them to see what have we done before, and I had asked, Tim to kind of help me through it, but he said they don't really have anything designed at this point in time. So it's just a little bit different. This site plan approval document is just different than what we, have done in the past. And again, I'm just, walking through myself through the whole process.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier, I thought it was a good template. I did take a workshop on site plan approval and writing defensible decisions. And they suggest that we have templates, these attorneys that conduct a workshop for the Citizen Planning Training Collaborative. And so I do think it would be helpful to have some templates so that they are consistent across time and across who writes them. And what I found over time is sometimes board members have written them, sometimes applicants' attorneys have written them, and it might mean, and sometimes staff have written them. And so depending upon the one that they use as their guide, it could be a different format. So it would be useful to have templates. Special permit different than site plan approval, different than subdivision, et cetera. And that way we can be organized about even how we make the decision.
Because I think we do that for our restaurants. I think we do look at across the whole town as to how many parking spaces are needed per seat.
Right.
And so we do want to treat every type of business the same way, because we want to give everybody the opportunity.
The interesting thing with our restaurants is we allow the parking to be satisfied in many different ways, because we don't have the ability. I looked at the.
Can I make a point? I think we should come back to I think we're going down a rabbit hole.
Sorry. Yes, you're right.
I just want to make one comment though. This would be tougher conversation. I think I would have not to bring up the restaurants again, but if this was a restaurant or food service, you'd be getting a lot of deliveries every single day.
Oh, absolutely.
That would cause more problems, and you would probably need something.
Yeah.
Because those are bigger trucks.
Great. Yeah. Okay, anything else, Maggie? Because it's past 8:30 and we've got 2 more public hearings to go, so MBTA.
For the trees, you don't have a tree height, you just have a caliper size.
Usually it's done the way these decisions, all of the ones that I've looked at, including the Conservation Commission, they use caliper. which is,
Yep.
I mean, you know more about
No,
trees
I
than I
know,
do.
yeah.
But it's
But
kind of
you can buy
wide
them
it is.
both. You buy it by caliper and height. So I think because the height of the building is 45 feet, I think we need a tree standard, which I'm supposed to be working on, it should be a percentage of the overall height of the building.
But that's the full growth of the tree.
No, hornbeams can get taller.
I mean, you don't
I thought
plant
8 to
them as
10
fully
feet.
grown.
I had suggested 8 to 10
So
feet.
again, I've said this before at the Goddard School. Any homeowner can come on and buy an 8 to 10 foot tree. I don't think that's a substantial enough tree. I think a 15-foot tree is.
Can you find that? Can you point
Oh,
to the number?
page 11.
Okay.
But that's what the town's putting in.
They're putting in smaller trees.
Smaller.
Yes.
So you're
Yeah.
asking the developer to do this.
Yeah.
So 8 to 10 foot, you want us to add 8 to 10 foot?
I mean, I would like
I mean,
bigger.
do they survive
Should we
well
say
that
10?
way? I mean,
They
I
do.
know sometimes people
They do.
argue with me that they survive better if they're planted when they're a little smaller.
Yeah.
And it's amazing sometimes, but it does take them a while to grow, but we don't want them to die either, so what do you think? 8 to 10?
Most people do not buy an 8 to 10 foot. The fence height is 6 feet. Most residential clients want trees that are above a 6 foot fence. And if you double a 6 foot fence, that's automatically 12 feet. I don't think it's uncommon.
So does the Shade Tree Advisory Committee have a standard or for this?
They
Because
plant
it's
a
big
much,
tree, right?
yeah, they plant a much smaller and I don't know if they're going to be revisiting them, but especially in an area where there's so much wind, you can see the trees actually bend over, like they're very they
How long
don't
does
seem
it
to.
take to grow? From
So what she's saying is to have
Lifetime.
something a little bit more substantial.
from 6
So
to 12?
I would say a 10
The
to
best
12
time to
foot
plant a tree was 20 years ago. The next best time is today.
Okay.
Maggie, what about a 10?
3 inches a year is probably a
Do you
growth.
understand
Oh, wow.
that the Shade Tree Advisory
I get it.
Committee
Yeah.
isn't subject to their approval?
Correct, yeah.
I would recommend 8 to 10 foot. That's pretty substantial. I've been through these discussions many times, and usually people want to plant them smaller. I know because they're cheaper.
Yeah, but they're actually not that much cheaper. It takes a tree the first 5 or 10 years to get to the 6 to 8 foot. It's the next is much faster growing, so that's why the expense is actually in a smaller tree.
So what do you want to do? I mean, is 8 to 10 feet satisfactory to the board? That's added language. You really want to go for the higher?
I feel like if we said 10 feet, that clears that's a first floor. The height is a 10 foot.
That's true.
I'm not the expert here, so.
Or 10 to 12.
I
if it was 10 to
personally
12.
would, again, it's a 45-foot building. We're trying to reduce the impact of the building on its neighbors.
Well, that's why we pick big trees.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why we changed, because I understand that, and that's what we're doing here.
What
The only
height do you
question
want?
is, what's the
What height
healthiest?
do you want?
What height?
What height? 10 to 12 would be
There you go.
better.
And put 10 to 12. Okay, really, we don't have to endlessly discuss.
That'll be great.
Okay, so.
Where in the decision is that?
Tim, okay, with us. Okay, great.
Where would that go in this decision?
We are in on page 11,
Number 7.
number 7, and it's going to be at the beginning. So wait till you get there. Okay. It's going to say street trees along Granite Ave shall be 10 to 12 feet as when planted, and shall be hornbeam trees, and along Mechanic Street should be American elms.
And I'm fine with not even specifying trees. I just think it's whatever the shade tree wants. I think the size is more important necessarily than.
They'll have some discussion about it. That is
Yeah.
really what they specialize in. So we will come back to you with other suggestions. We'll just really report back to you because they really do have the final word. But I understand you're looking for larger trees at the time of planting. That's in there as a condition. And I said it's subject to their approval, so that, the species might be changed.
And then on page 12, 15, where number 15, where it says leases for businesses located in the commercial space may provide for hours between 7 to 8. I just want to make sure that whatever business goes in there has the same opportunities as the other businesses on in the square. So I wouldn't want to limit it or be less than what's available to the other.
It kind of varies, unfortunately. Well, I mean, it's all over the place, really. Look at the businesses in the food center, and they're all open at different times. I don't know if that's by permit.
I think 7 to 8 is a
We felt this was-
reasonable time.
That's okay.
It is a condo building and there's residents there.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I think past that, really not.
I mean, it was your suggestion that we go beyond 6,
Yeah.
and I think we welcome that, because it is true that some businesses, we really want to be able to visit in the early evening.
And the only other question I have is on the parking, are you still doing those separate, selling the spaces separately than the
Well,
units?
that parking demand management plan was requested by the Board of Appeals, and it has been edited once by a member of the Board of Appeals, so I've given it to you as a draft because that board requested it. I would certainly say that you are all more than welcome to provide input to the Board of Appeals. The meeting is on April 19th, or you can provide a letter. So if you feel that something that's being required you would think is not necessary or whatever, I think that they will benefit from any input from the planning board. I'm hoping that the planning board members will definitely support the parking configuration because it requires a variance and it doesn't require support. They need to hear your support. On the details of the parking management plan, honestly, I've never done one before. I drafted it and then we got some extra language, including what you're talking about. That was added by a planning board member. It is a little bit complicated sounding. It will be a cost, basically, to the condominium association, which means it will add a little bit of cost to what the members have to pay in their annual fee. But remember, if it's not used, if these free passes, if you want to call them that, and there's only one for each condominium, if it's not used for 1 month, it's no longer available. And I suspect that we all like to think everyone's using public transportation all the time, but I suspect that a lot of people probably won't use it. But it's there as an incentive.
Well, I would think that maybe every unit should be deeded at least one parking spot.
The deeded, yeah.
Because then, and if someone doesn't use it, they could just go
Doesn't
through
really
the
make
condo
any
association. So my fear is somebody who might not have the money to buy a unit with a space. You're going to sell a unit without, they won't buy the space. And then,
You're right. But the intent is that each unit gets a space.
yeah, okay.
Because it
They
goes to
will.
the resale of the unit also.
Yeah.
I think that's important.
And maybe it
If they
needs
don't
to
have a car, then they lease it back. I mean, it happens at 36 Central.
Yeah.
They lease it back within the association.
So my concern is an owner might buy a unit and not a space.
It's not going to be offered that way.
Oh, okay, because I thought that's what,
Actually, I wrote that,
yeah.
and I wrote it really, I made it up because I had never written one of these before, and it was really just, is this the way we're going to do it? So
Yeah.
remember, that's a draft, and Michael, I think he should take another look at that language and.
So it sounds like it's going to come with the
To
unit.
change it, we'll change it because I have to submit all these documents to the Board of Appeals very soon. But I think we'll take another look at that, and if the intention is, as Michael described it, that's fine. I mean, it's hard to do these things. It sounds like a good idea to motivate everybody to use public transportation but
They're not going to.
the main interesting purpose of that plan, in my view, is maybe having those passes. Is businesses used to do that in Boston, and they may still do it. But having the information readily available in lobby, I think that's a good idea.
I think it is too.
And I think real-time information about bus service, since it's 2 buses that Milton is served by, I think that's very useful information, and it isn't available anywhere else as far as I know.
Yeah.
So I think that's going
And I think that'll be important to the ZBA in considering the parking situation too.
So, all right, we'll look at that language again, Maggie. I understand what you're saying. Thank you.
Great.
brought it to our attention.
Great. So nothing, is there any, that was it, Maggie, for you, right?
Yeah, that's okay.
So,
I'm done.
are we ready to close the public hearing, you think?
I am.
I think so.
All right, then I'll make a motion to close the public hearing for the 440 Granite Ave site plan approval.
Do we want to do one more check on the participants?
Okay.
We've got one hand up. So,
Yes, I will hold my
Andrew
motion.
D'Amato, can we go to the people?
Sure, yes.
All right, we've got Andrew D'Amato with his hand up. I'm gonna allow him to speak.
Hello.
Hello, welcome.
Thank you so much. I don't know what happened earlier. My raise the hand button would not activate. I was hitting it like a pinball machine and it would not work, so I apologize for that. I'd like to just start by thanking Rich Beeler, and I would have done it earlier, as I said. We're both East Milton residents, and I saw his involvement in the town, and one day we were talking at Andrews Park, and he encouraged me to get involved in local politics and try to change things to make this town even better than it was. So I just wanted to thank him for pushing me down this road and giving me the confidence to do it. Rich is a man of reason. He always listens hard first and speaks thoughtfully with an open mind, which is not always possible. So, I totally respect that. In fact, he was the one dissenting vote on my wife Suzanne's liquor license to the plate. And after that, I campaigned really hard for him. So that's how much I respect him. So thank you very much, Rich. I appreciate it.
Thank you,
And,
Andy.
enjoy some evenings home with your voice.
Thank you, Andy. And I'll never live that down about voting that.
No, you definitely won't. Yeah, that's for sure. I know I bring it up occasionally.
I'm just kidding. We're friends.
Yep, that's true. On 440, I want to make something perfectly clear right off the get-go, is that this neighborhood, by the way, Andy D'Amato, 26 Pierce Street, East Milton Neighborhood Association, and TTM 367. This neighborhood does not want any more traffic. We don't want any more double parking. There's already double parking on Adams Street where people double park, waiting in front of Mr. Chan's. They open the door, extremely dangerous. Imagine that on Granite Ave. No, that is just not a good idea. We have wrong way traffic coming up Pierce and Mechanics all the time. Of course, if you come up the wrong way, you best do it at 60 miles an hour to get it over with. And now we have more little kids. I just think any sort of food, I would rather see a restaurant there than a to-go place. At least a restaurant, you stay for 2 hours. But in any event, there's not enough parking. There's not enough parking for a sub shop. And I can't see kids riding their bikes, on Granite Ave. It just, oh my God. You would have to park a Fallon ambulance in the parking lot to make me feel good about that. So I just wanted to say that. And what Mr. Fahey described as no hood, no grease trap, and since we're okay apparently with chains, you just described a Subway sandwich shop. And I don't think this neighborhood would want it. As a matter of fact, not only this neighborhood, but on the other side of Adams Street, they've had enough. And, we've overburdened this neighborhood enough. So please, if you should decide to do it, you're gonna come up against, a pretty fierce amount of people who don't want it and are willing to fight for it. I support this project at the time, however, after that tirade. If we were in single-digit meetings, that might not be the case. Early on, way back, the focus was on, density, parking, safety, and probably that's how it should be, right? But unfortunately, the design critique took a back seat. I wish the building looked a little bit more like the ones in the village, with maybe a parapet or a cornice on the top, and certainly something to break up the floors. I don't know if it's too late to do that, but even if it's a color change to sort of break that whole massive, maybe it doesn't look as bad as the renderings do, as they all look red. It just looks like a red brick, maybe a hospital. I don't know. I mean, I like, certainly I think the neighbors would like to see something, that looks more like the village. And also the bump out. I don't know if it's possible to move that bump out up one floor to allow larger trees, to sort of mask the property a little bit and give it a little more greenery, since, I understand you need space and there's no room for green space, but that might be a good idea to think about. I don't know if it's too big for that, But what we have now is a building really that's modified, a lot, to meet, some of the criteria that both the neighbors and the board have brought up. And I certainly appreciate that of Mr. Moore. But it's not his fault. He had an original vision probably for this building, and he believed it. And I commend him for his willingness to change it. I'm sure he would have rather have it look like he originally designed it. So, but in the future, I think if there are any developers out there, take note. This neighborhood is not a place to experiment. Again, we're more into the traditional village style buildings. This was, bored out in the Barrett report, which I sat on. So, that's in the future. That's what we're looking to do. And I guess that's about it. Oh, back to the restaurant thing. Mr. Fay, he described a restaurant without I think he said a hood and a grease trap. Well, since we're apparently okay with James, he described a Subway, and I don't think that would fly either. But anyhow, thank you all for enduring, 27 meetings on this building, and I think everybody's done good work. I think that the compromise, given where we are and Mr. Moore's efforts and how long he's been waiting and how much time and money he's probably spent, I think it's a decent compromise. And I just, really want to thank the board for working through it. And that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy.
Thank you. Good comments. Anyone else? Any other hands up? Tim?
I am not seeing any, no.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor that second. Roll call in favor. Rich?
Yes.
Cheryl?
Yes.
Maggie? 8 to close the public hearing.
It's cool, yes.
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 Sean and myself, yes. So now we can deliberate amongst ourselves if there's anything that anyone would like to say before we go to a vote. Rich?
Sure. I mean, I echo some of the comments that Andy made. I think the project's come a long way. I commend the developer for working with the neighborhood and working with us and making these changes and getting to this point. So I'm excited about this project. I think there's been some comments about maybe some tweaks, and I think the developer and Aaron's hearing this stuff. So, I mean, if something does change along the way, I'm sure things can be added or tweaked or throughout the process. So I'm not too worried. I do like where we are at today, though.
Cheryl?
I echo Rich's comments. I think the applicant and the architects and the whole team have worked diligently and listened to the concerns and adjusted their plan. And we're not so fortunate sometimes to have developers who are willing to go through that process, a 2-year process that has no guarantee of success in the end. I think they have the best interests of their project in mind, of course, but also of what would be beneficial for the town. And I do think this would be beneficial for the town in many ways. We need the housing. We could use the additional tax revenue and keeping business on the first floor. So we're gaining a lot, and I think it, and while I know not everyone agrees with the architecture, I like the architecture, and I think there's things that are hard to render when you get into the detail. When you have texture and change of materials, the way the light hits the shadow, that all brings character, and it's a more subtle character. We don't build the way we did in the 19th century, and so when we try to mimic things from the 19th century, I oftentimes think it comes out looking a little Disney-esque. So, I mean, there's a balance between trying to have things fit in to historic context and having things that speak to the materials and the way we build things today. So those are my comments.
Great. Sean?
I have only been in my position as a member of the planning board for 1 year. And so I haven't been here for the full experience. But in the time that I have, I would have to say that I appreciate the flexibility that the developer has put forth. Changing the height of the building, being amenable to some of the desires of those that preferred a different type of architecture. So I think that's a sign of the type of development that we want to see. We'd like to see the flexibility, and I think you've answered, really, Rich, what was some of the concerns of the neighbors of East Milton Square. I appreciate Andy D'Amato's comments as well. I think architecture is, in terms of how appealing it is often, within the eye of the beholder. And what's attractive to one person might not be attractive to another person. I think it's really being left to you, Michael, to decide if anything that Andy had said, if there's any appetite for continuing to consider what Andy's talking about. And you're a resident of the town, and I appreciate the commitment you make to developing the town. So that's really up to you, whatever you do with it. I think it's a very good project. I'm happy we're at this stage, and I look forward to it being built and developed and coming to market.
Great, Maggie?
When I was elected to the board, I was really excited, looking forward to being part of change in Milton and bringing in small business. I'm a huge advocate of small businesses, and I think our commercial spaces need to be revitalized. I think Granite Ave in particular needs to be totally revitalized. I was sort of excited to be kind of like the new eyes and ears of the project. So I kind of was, as I've mentioned, a little bit frustrated that I just haven't had the time, or I haven't had the time to kind of work through all the particulars. I'm really grateful for the openness to put commercial on the first floor and changing the whole parking structure, which from the mechanicals to the underground, totally appreciate that. I've struggled with it because it really is the architecture. And, I hear from so many people like every day when, a project doesn't go quite right. Oh, who let that go by? Oh, who approved that? And I'm always like, yeah, I don't know. And I'm a little bit hesitant just from the architecture. And I know it is so subjective. But I kind of feel like we have Milton Village and we've had the guidelines, and last meeting we saw this great project being proposed, and then at the other end of Adams Street in East Milton, which is the railway village, I just feel like having these two villages, bookend Adams Street is just such a huge opportunity. So I am a little bit disappointed in the architecture of the building, but I know that's not one of our criterias. I know that if I sign my name onto something, it kind of means something. I don't ever just want to give my signature away if I'm not fully supportive of a project. So I'm kind of struggling a little bit, but as a whole, I think it's a great project for the town. I think it's great that everyone involved is from Milton, and that really means a lot, that you're spending your time and your money and your investment in town, and that's hugely important. To echo what Sean said, if there's ever a chance in further down the line, and you might want to look or revisit something a little bit more New England-like, we'd love to see you come back and do that. But I wouldn't want to hold up your process. And you need to move forward, and I understand that. So I'm in support of the project as well.
And I just want to echo a lot of what everyone else has said here. We've come a long way in the 4 meetings that we've had since our new members have been on. I wish as much change could have happened in the dozen meetings beforehand, because I think you would be building your project right now. But I'm grateful for the changes, especially with the height and density and adding the commercial space. I too would have liked to have seen something that I felt looked more like Milton. And I've said that, and we know, but I think you have made some changes, and I think it's going to greatly improve that Granite Avenue area. So if you ever did want to come back and reconsider design, but again, I don't want to hold up your process either, and I want you to be able to build. And we are limited with site plan approval in what we can ask for in architecture. So I am in support of this project as well. And I think it's going to be exciting. I think it's going to be beautiful. I think a lot of what you're doing with the streetscape, and especially if utilities can be buried, if that can happen, this is just going to dramatically improve that exit, coming off the expressway, to really have something special. So,
Would you entertain a motion?
Yes, I will entertain a motion at this time.
Would you like to make it, Rich?
No, you go. I'll second.
Yeah.
All right, then I would like to move that we grant site plan approval for the 440 Granite Ave site plan application, and that at the same time, we approve the amended decision that we've discussed and amended tonight.
Second.
All right, roll call. And do we need to say subject to the board? You have it in your draft.
It's
We approved.
It's in there, yeah.
Okay, so that's included. So the ZBA knows that it's contingent upon their decision.
Absolutely.
So
The
that's, I just
language
want
in the
to.
beginning and also in the
Exactly. So I just wanted to, for the public to know that. So, all right, we'll go with a roll call vote. We'll start with Rich.
Yes.
Cheryl?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Maggie?
Yes.
And myself, yes.
Look at that. Unanimous.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Could just say a couple of words.
Yes.
Thank you. It's been a process, but I think it's a better project because of it. And we're excited to move forward and build it. And just to say, Kathleen O'Donnell and Danny Swenson had a big role to play, so you're in this not to mention here tonight.
Yeah. Very good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for all your work. That's good. Okay. All right.
We'll miss you.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Well, I'm sure we'll see you again soon. Okay. Terrific. So now I would like to reopen the public hearing for zoning article for town meeting, zoning recodification, and invite Peter Mullen to join us. And anyone else who would like to come from the bylaw committee is welcome. Good. Welcome and good evening.
Thank you.
If you can just state your name for the.
Good evening. My name is Peter Mullen. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 2 and also chairman of the bylaw review committee. With me here tonight is Tom Colwell, who's a town meeting member from
Precinct 6 and also a member of the warrant committee.
Welcome, Tom. Welcome, Peter.
Thank you. I want to start off with a little bit of background information about the bylaw review committee and the current proposal, and then I want to address what I view as some serious problems with some of the provisions of the pending articles. The bylaw review committee was created back in 2016. And soon after we were created, the town clerk came to us and told us about general code and that she'd been talking to them. We met, I think it was twice, with representatives from general code. And we think that in general, the idea of having a code service maintain our bylaws is a good idea. And we started down that road and we didn't get an actually draft from general code until 2019. And we focused first on the zoning bylaw portion of what general code had done. And we went through 3 versions of potential non-substantive revisions to what general code had done. We were expecting that that's what was going to go before town meeting. It wasn't until last fall, I believe it was your September 22 meeting, that we realized that the town clerk and the building commissioner had a different idea, and that essentially the project restarted. As I understand it, different documents were sent to general code at that time as to what the existing bylaws were and had previously been sent. And as a result, sometime in January, after the warrant had technically closed, the general code proposal came forward, and that's what's essentially being put before town meeting this year. I don't understand why things changed, but they did. And I think that's what we have to deal with.
Yeah, so Peter, may I just ask, my understanding was that town council had advised that we needed a starting point, and the starting point needed to be one document that included all of the amendments, but no other changes. So that's the clean kind of document that we're talking about now. And we needed to have a separate document that made amendments. And that's why they had to split it, because what they had done was incorporate changes that had been recommended by the bylaw review committee, but then they weren't easily traceable to a clean document. So that's why the change in approach, that's my recollection of how it was explained. And so I don't know, is that what your recollection is too?
It is not.
Okay.
My recollection is that essentially what we were proposing were non-substantive changes. We were suggesting headings, we were suggesting moving things to different places, but they were all non-substantive.
I think maybe then, Tim, maybe you can chime in here, because I think town council's thought about that was different.
Yeah, I think that there's elements of I don't want to use the term truth. I think you're both right. I think that Mr. Mullen's assertion that talking about a series of non-substantive changes that the bylaw review committee proposed is accurate. The issue with that sort of draft of earlier comments is that for it can be non-substantive, but still voluminous, I guess is what I would say. You know, the number of edits that had been proposed yielded a red line document that I think in staff's opinion, and I think in town council's opinion, was really going to be very difficult for town meeting members to ascertain, you know, exactly what is being changed here, you know, relative to, you know, an original set of zoning amendments and the original sort of certified zoning bylaw. And so, you know, Cheryl, to the point that you're making, you know, the current path that we're pursuing is setting that baseline of incorporating, you know, all of the amendments since 2010, you know, again, as the town clerk alluded to earlier in her comments. And that's the assertion that general code makes. That's the assertion that the town clerk's office and my office make, is that, you know, what we're dealing with is the language of the zoning amendments and a very clearly articulated set of changes, right? And so I guess the difference between, you know, the version that Mr. Mullins describing and the version in front of us, you know, tonight is the version that the bylaw review committee produced had a wide variety of edits. And the version that general code has produced that we're dealing with tonight has, you know, a lot of an absolute number of edits, but the variety of those edits is very circumscribed. And it's described in the document. And, you know, the reason for that is to give town meeting members the confidence to say, these are the types of changes that have been made. Other changes have not been made. And, you know, it'll be up to town meeting to decide, you know, do we want to make those changes? Do we want to make them now? Do we want to make them later? But it really tries to kind of put the changes in a more manageable box. You know, so none of that is to discredit the work that the bylaw review committee had done. It's that as that process kind of wound on, it created a situation where how are we going to sort of sort through all of this stuff in a way that is systematic and so, Cheryl, I think that gets to your point of that two-step process of setting the baseline of getting all of the zoning amendments in one place in a manner that was prescribed by town meeting, you know, in that article back in 2017.
Right, so then just, I'm sorry, Tim.
Yeah.
We, at the meeting, at one of our meetings, Sue Galvin and Joe Prondak, so town clerk and building commissioner, came and made a request of our board to support the approach of doing a phase one and a phase two. The phase one taking the last certified zoning bylaw, which is way out of date, and sending that along with all the amendments approved by town meeting up until, well, I think what changed, Peter, was that before it was only up until 2019. What they changed in the fall was to bring it to 2022 because there had been more changes in the 2 ensuing years. And so then that just takes everything that's been improved and puts it into one document, which we do not have, which makes it very difficult for anyone to work with the zoning bylaw. The next step would be any changes, and the changes could be minor, like just like you were talking about, but they they could then be trackable, so you can have a red line version. What we understood was we could not have a red line version before, and so town meeting members would be asked to approve changes that they couldn't see. And that was why it got split.
Can I ask a quick question?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you're answering this. So it sounds like what Mr. Mullen is proposing too, though, would still need to be done, but after this?
Yes, that's my understanding.
We certainly need to look at the substance of the bylaws, and that's what the bylaw review committee, that's our principal mission. Just to go back historically, my understanding is that there was a red line version run on the document on our current version of the document. It came up with something like 1,700 changes. But some of those changes were just the spacing of how much you indent a subsection underneath the prior section. There were not any substantive changes to the bylaws. I would suggest to you right now that you don't know how many changes are being made in the bylaws if you adopt this article.
Our understanding is that there's no changes made in the bylaw.
Well, that was the intent of the people doing it. But right now, we don't have a list of what documents were sent to general code.
Tim, is that true?
All of the documents, and if I'll share my screen real quick because I've got the website up. We've got this posted on the planning board site, and the general bylaw kind of version of this is on the town clerk's site. But what was sent to general code is, first of all, the certified version of the zoning bylaws that's posted on both the planning board and the town clerk website. This is updated as of 2009, confidently certified. That's the zoning bylaw, that's official. So that was sent.
The clerk has never certified the zoning bylaw since she entered the office. And that what was sent was a 2009 version.
That's correct. That's exactly what I'm saying.
It was not certified by the clerk, though.
The prior clerk had certified it, though.
I believe that's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're all on the same page there. What then was also sent is this compilation of true copies of every approved zoning amendments from June 2009 to March 2022. Okay, this is compiled by the town clerk's office, going through every town meeting and sort of pulling out the true copy of each of these articles. So there's a little table of contents at the start of this. Every zoning article so you've got 2009. Everyone agrees that 2009 is the last time that the town clerk certified the zoning bylaw, and then each individual true certified copy of each individual amendment was sent to general code. So that's the raw material that they're working through.
I don't disagree.
Process.
I don't disagree that was the intent, to send them the 2009 version plus all the amendments since then. I hadn't seen until he just showed that the list that he has. I don't know if that's a complete list or not. What I do know is that General Code produced a document in January which purported to be all the original bylaws plus all the amendments incorporated into the General Code system, with sometimes things spread around differently than they had previously been. It's my understanding from making numerous inquiries that document has never been proofread. No one has ever sat down with the original source documents and the new version by General Code and made changes. There have been some inaccuracies pointed out since then, and General Code has issued a second version of the document dated, the first one was dated January 2023, the second version is dated February 2023. I don't know what changes were made in the February version, but I know changes were made. And the assumption is, people talk about, look, we just have to get something in an electronic format. I think it makes a difference whether it's what's previously been enacted or it isn't. And we don't know whether, even if they're inadvertent, there's substantive changes because of mistakes that were made in connection with generating the new electronic version.
You're familiar with the process that General Code went through that Sue Galvin explained to us earlier this evening, Peter?
I'm not. I wasn't here. I wasn't aware that she was going to be here.
Yeah. So Tim, can you give a brief overview for Peter on that process in terms of how they proof it?
Yeah, so the process that they engage in is again, taking that raw material. So we've got PDF copies of the 2009 zoning bylaw, and then that document that includes all of the amendments from 2009 to 20. It also then deploys 2 individual word processors. That's that they pay to sit down and transcribe those documents. So there's 2 simultaneous independent transcriptions of the document going on simultaneously. What happens then is those 2 documents are compared for errors between the 2 transcriptions. So if I type, section 5 and you type section 6, that's going to come up as a discrepancy between those 2 documents. All of those discrepancies then get compared to the original source material. So, if we're looking at section 5 or section 6, we go back to either the original zoning code or the true copy of the amendment and see, what's the error? Is it actually 5? Is it actually 6? And then you make that correction. It's a very robust way of doing this type of work that typically in multiple municipalities throughout the Commonwealth. And for what it is something that as a staff, and then I don't want to necessarily speak for the town clerk, although she has this in other venues. It's a process that she's confident in. All of that said, no one is denying the possibility of other types of errors that maybe would not be caught in that type of sort of double-blind kind of transcription. And I think what's going to come, what the planning board and town meeting are going to have to sort of decide is, what are the trade-offs between the imperative to do this work that town meeting had, authorized and charged the town clerk to do several years ago, versus, going back and sort of making each one of those individual kind of. And so I think that, when it comes to the actual substance of the language of the bylaw, we all have very small confidence that there are no discrepancies, from what was approved by town meeting over the course of the decades where we've been amending the zoning bylaw. I think that there are still sort of matters of internal consistency that we're going to need to take a look at. And I think, to that effect, I think some of the comments that Mr. Mullen is alluding to correspondence from other folks, we've already spoken with general code about and are, again, as a staff, talking about a strategy for addressing those.
I think the evidence is that between January and February, General Code came up with a second version of our bylaws. So they found mistakes after questions were raised about the content of the first product that they produced. I understand they're using 2 people, but if those 2 people are communicating with each other and saying, well, what does this mean, or how are you going to do this, then you won't come up with problems when you run a red line on it. Let me go on to a few other things that I think are important in your consideration. I think there's serious notice questions with regard to the notice of the public meeting that we're in right now, and with regard to the notice that town meeting members are getting from the article that's been published in the warrant. The notice for this hearing says that there's just renumbering and captions are being added to the bylaw. And it says all is set forth in a document, and it references the January 2023 document as being the document where it's all set forth what's being proposed as an amendment. And it says that is posted on the website of the town clerk's office. There's 2 mistakes there. One, the document that's being referenced and is being proposed for adoption at town meeting is the February version, not the January version. And second, the document is not on the clerk's website, it's on the planning board's website. So I think there's a serious issue about whether this hearing is properly noticed. My understanding is that questions like that would be addressed to the Attorney General's office in connection with trying to get any amendments approved. And I think that would be a serious problem. I think it's also a serious problem for town meeting as to whether the town has been put on proper notice as to what's being proposed to be acted upon at the town meeting. I think I've already addressed the issue of nobody has seriously proofread the document that General Code produced. The people who have done some proofreading have found errors. Some are bigger, some are smaller. But every one of those errors means that this proofreading, this system that General Code says it used, didn't work. It failed because somebody somehow got mistakes into the version that came out.
So has your committee, when you say there's errors, has your committee documented the errors?
No, we've done some, we've only had the document for, I don't know, a month or so. It's a 275-page document, and we don't necessarily know the documents that were sent down to General Code to use as the source material.
Well, you must, the errors that were, with the changes between the January and February, those, there must be some changes that you had brought forth.
I don't know what the changes were. I don't know what they did that was different.
Okay.
Another weakness in this process is that General Code has essentially made up, without any direction from the town, headings for various sections and subsections of the bylaw. I don't think they really understand the bylaw. They don't always make headings that have accurate description of what's in that section. Sometimes they're just wrong. They also have been trying to add derivation notes about where various documents come from, and some of those notes are not accurate. The question of headings raises two problems. One, there's nothing in the bylaw as it's being proposed at town meeting that tells the reader how to use these headings, whether they're substantive, whether they're part of the bylaw, or whether they're just something that's added as an aid to finding things.
Do you think that our current bylaw is clear in that regard?
It had some headings in it, and I think the presumption was that they were substantive. In any event, I think the headings that are being added are now substantive. At least some of them are, maybe most of them are. And if they're substantive, then it's a substantive change in the bylaw, and that requires a different vote at town meeting. If it's a non-substantive change in the bylaws, it only requires a majority vote. But if it's a substantive change, it requires a 2/3 vote. And I think that's a question that would have to be addressed at town meeting. I don't know how, I guess if you take a 2/3 vote, we'd have to go to legal counsel, I think, with regard to that. There's another question that this process raises is, what do we do if this is passed? If this is adopted by town meeting and approved by the Attorney General, then the question comes up, what about all the permits, all the work of the planning board, that there are judgments, site plan approvals, various documents that make reference to various sections of the old bylaw. There's nothing in the current body that's being presented to town meeting that in any ways preserves the effectiveness of those topics, or tells how to make what use can be made of the prior numbering system. And it's just not addressed in the current proposal. There is also a major systematic word problem in the new version. General Code has its own system of how it breaks down things. It starts with a chapter, it goes to an article, a section, a subsection, a paragraph, a subparagraph, and a clause. And so sometimes when there's references in the document, it'll be to one of those topics. But our current bylaw has a different lettering, and what we call a section, they call an article, and there's various other comparable. So that references need to be changed, and whether they've been changed properly it has not been reviewed by anybody in the town. I don't think by anybody. I certainly haven't heard that General Code has done any review in that regard. So I think I have some notes here that tell me that with regard to Article 12, the parking regulations, there's a serious question about references with regard to Section 275, Section 11.11.
Peter, have you sent these comments to Tim for his review?
I haven't. Alex Whiteside's on our committee. He's written 2 long emails, 3 or 4-page emails that lay out all these problems. These notes that I've been speaking from, I've essentially distilled from Alex's emails. He sent them not only to the planning board and to Tim, but he sent them to the clerk's office, to the clerk, to the town administrator, I believe to town council as well, although I'm not sure about town council. This project has been rushed. That meeting where the clerk and the building inspector came to the planning board was in late September, I believe. The document, General Code wasn't commissioned until sometime after that to get to work. They didn't produce their first version of the document until sometime in mid-January. The whole project, I think, has just been rushed. So I think our recommendation to the planning board would be that you should not approve this document that's being proposed, and that you should refer the matter back to the clerk, and that we should work on it together, and as soon as it's ready, we should get it before the town meeting, and we'll have a much better document to do it.
Thank you very much. That was
any questions that anybody wants.
very helpful, very helpful.
I have more questions for Tim and some discussion points for the board, but I'm also curious if we have any other folks who.
Yeah, are there any hands up, Julie, are you seeing, or Tim?
We have Kathleen O'Donnell.
Great. We can, if you want to wait here and in case people have questions, okay.
Thank you. Hi, it's Kathleen O'Donnell, a town meeting member from Precinct 7, and also a former member of the planning board and a past and now current member of the zoning board. And I found it amusing that somebody would say that this situation has been rushed. Sue Galvin pointed out that the last certified copy of our zoning bylaw is 2009. As a person who has practiced real estate law and has been town council and has practiced zoning, has written zoning opinions for 40 years, we rely on certified copies of the zoning bylaw. And the fact that Milton doesn't have one since 2009, it's hardly a rush to sort of get something that somebody could call up and get some confidence that they were getting a report and a zoning code that was certified. Even the town of Gosnold in Elizabeth Islands has a zoning bylaw on their website. We do not. And we've had applicants before us who have missed, as Cheryl Tagayas pointed out, have missed requesting variances because they didn't have a complete set of what our zoning bylaw reads. They don't know which ones they should be asking for. As I said, even the zoning board and the building department have a constant worry about whether or not we've got all the right pages. So the fact that we've hired General Code to do this bylaw update, all they are doing is ministerial and clerical changes. That's what their contract says, and that's what they do for every other city and town in Massachusetts when they are hired for this job, so that we can get a zoning bylaw that can be used by our by applicants, by their attorneys, by architects, and by residents in the town who just need to know whether or not they need to get a variance to put in a dormer. So this sort of thing is just something we should be doing. I'm surprised that we even need a town meeting vote to do this, because essentially all we're doing is changing it from tablets handed down by Moses on stone and putting it on a website so that it's searchable. So it's just a change in technology, not a change in the law. And as everybody has said, this is a two-part stage. First, we get something we can certify, which would be delightful. And secondly, it would be wonderful to sort of start on an entire recodification of our zoning code, because it's probably something that needs to be updated, and it would be a great thing. But that's a different argument for a different day. But as I said, I think it's absolutely critical that we provide the tools that our residents, that our staff, and that our boards and committees need as a complete set and an accurate set and a searchable set of our zoning bylaw. And I appreciate the hard work that poor Sue and Joe Prodnick have done with the existing version. I know that there's all kinds of talk about the fact that there's typos and mischaracterizations of that should be a sub-Roman numeral number whatever and something else and something else. But we've had that problem with our zoning code as long as I've been a town meeting member. I can't count the number of times where we've come back to town meeting a year later to say, oh, we need to do an amendment to change that and to a off or something, an A to a Z or whatever. And it happens practically every year. So the fact that there are those little nits that are in our zoning code are probably not done by general code, but are probably in the zoning code to begin with. And so I said, this is a handy tool, an important tool for our residents, and I just think and for our town clerk and our building commissioner. And I would hope that the planning board would support this article. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other hands up from the public? Julia, do you see anybody or?
We've got Alex Whiteside.
Welcome.
Hello.
Good evening.
I just think that when we get the town meeting to adopt a bylaw, it needs to be fully vetted and accurate. If we adopt something like what is proposed, which is, I guess Sue referred to it as the basic bylaw, and then you can fix that up with amendments. This is going to go to general code. It's going to be put into their system, and amending it is going to be tremendously difficult, and it needs a lot of amendment. And why we can't get something to town meeting that is fully accurate, which is what we used to do. Not just say this is good enough and we'll fix it later, but this is good. I think that's what we should be striving for. And here, let's get this thing, put it together and make it good. And then get town meeting approval, not get town meeting approval and then try and make it good. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Alex. We can start with.
Oh, so, I think we all agree that it should be improved. We need to get with current technology, and I think that we all agree that it would be great to search. But, after reading the comments that Alex provided, one part that really stuck out to me, and it was to me personally, was the part number 6, where it it referenced requiring special permit for certain uses. Because, as you know, I had to go through a bylaw change and then get a permit underneath that bylaw change. And I'm pretty sure most of you were town meeting members at that time. And if you recall, the first iteration of the bylaw change that was approved by town meeting made an inaccurate reference to a subsection of our bylaw. And so then we had to scrap that bylaw, go back to town meeting, and revote the bylaw just because it referenced an incorrect section of the bylaw. So every little word is really important in our bylaws. And I commend Alex and Mr. Mullen and Tom for their very thoughtful and detailed email, because I probably think they're the only ones who've actually gone through it as they have. And I can honestly say I haven't done it. And even though we all want it to, we're not arguing that it should not be done. It should be done, but it really should be done correctly. And they're the ones who are on this committee. They're all attorneys, and I feel like we sort of have to follow what they have said. Back I supported Sue in her request back when we took a vote on it. But I'm not sure, has Sue or Tim gone through the changes as Alex and the bylaw review committee have?
Can I ask you a quick question? Because I don't have that in front of me, but I read it. That particular one you're talking about, I wonder, maybe could be asked about different ones. Is it a mistake? Are we citing a mistake that's in our bylaw the way it's written, or are we citing a mistake that's in the transcription of the bylaw to digital? Because I think what I'm trying to capture here is there's two things going on. There is an effort to right the many errors, like you're saying, in our bylaw, but I think what Sue came to say is what the town or our legal representation and others are saying is, but we have to take, for the good or the bad, whatever it is written today, that needs to be digitized, and then let's start making all these changes so we can refer back to them. So I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, I think what I'm hearing from Mr. Mullen is, but we don't know if the original digitized, if there is mistakes in just, not mistakes that we know they're mistakes, they need to be mistakes still because they need to be, they have to be mimicked. But I think what we're talking about here is we also need to go back and fix all those mistakes. Mm-hmm. But that's phase 2 or phase 3, whatever we want to call it. I think, am I on to...
What Peter is saying is in the transmittal of this, digitizing this, that there are things that are inaccuracies.
But those are not that.
That's not that.
Right,
no.
Okay.
So this is, and what Sue is simply asking to have something that she can,
Certify. So I think that's what I was trying to get.
But her job, she wants to certify. It's her job to certify. Yeah. But what's saying is what she will be certifying actually will be something that either headings have been added that are vague or not necessarily accurate, maybe pulling the key word, but it might not be, that's not what the bylaw is. So that's what Peter is saying. Before correcting anything, we should just make sure that the document that we have that Sue wants to certify digitally, that it's it's
Not correct, but correct the way it was written.
exactly.
Okay.
And so the term article, what Peter was also mentioning, which I think terms are really important, that those are the way general code uses a term versus the way that it had been used in the original draft.
So I guess what I was trying to say is, so I agree with the things in there, and I think those need to be done, but I see them as, it sounds like what Sue wanted to do was like separate it because we needed to do this initial thing.
Right.
I guess my only question would be for now, Tim, if he has the answer, do we have, are we feeling confident that what the job that was done is by and large accurate to the inaccurate way our bylaws are written? And my next question on that, if there is found to be some errors, can those be updated and changed and fixed as we find them?
That's what I'm concerned about, is that I had no idea that there was a second draft, that there had been corrections that were made. And I don't know what, Tim, if you want to speak to that, because I wasn't aware that they had general code had gone back and made corrections.
So the two, we'll call them corrections, between the January draft and the February draft relate to the inputs. And that goes to sort of that listing of true copies of entered into. And basically those two are, the January draft included the town's blasting bylaw as a zoning article, when in fact it is a general bylaw. So that is sort of out of the list of things that are kind of in this. The blasting bylaw didn't even make it into the recodification. It was just in the kind of the compilation of documents that the developers had. And the other relates to the time, I forget the year, I don't have it at my fingertips, the wetlands bylaw, which had been an element of the zoning bylaw for a certain amount of time, and was then taken out of the zoning bylaw and put into the general bylaws. So that was something that had been reflected as something that was in the recodified version, and it was just an error on the part of the town clerk, who had, in compiling these true copies, had been kind of focusing on additions and amendments to the zoning bylaw. This was a kind of a retraction. So that was flagged for us and took that out. Those are the two differences between that January version and so nothing kind of underneath the hood necessarily comprehensively, but just sort of that chunk had been kind of taken out.
So not things that would call into question the work that was done by the, what's the name?
Correct.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
General code.
Sorry, you like that, Sean?
Sure, I do, thank you. I absolutely appreciate the sense of urgency to get to the point where we have this in place. And two of the members of the board, Cheryl and I, in our day jobs, depend upon this kind of information being available in any town that we work in and having it be accurate. However, we've gone 14 years, all the way back to 2009, to a point in time where we had a certified zoning bylaw. And it seems to me that if we have a zoning bylaw committee that haven't been involved more recently, and Mr. Mullen, Mr. Caldwell, and Mr. Whiteside have as many concerns as they have, and this is their kind of work, I think it's a mistake to move this thing to the next town meeting, which is only weeks away.
It's already there.
Well,
the warrant.
I understand.
Is whether
we would make a motion.
whether we support it or not. The town meeting.
I understand.
Decide, right?
And well, I will.
We would make a recommendation.
I understand. And I am opposed to making a recommendation. I think the recommendation we should return this back and have more work done on this. I think and give give Peter Mull and Tom Caldwell in that group an opportunity to make this really what it should be. But this seems to be, and I understand what Kathleen was saying, but we haven't been working on this for 14 years. You know, we didn't, in 2016, we created the committee to start looking at it. So we had 7 years that we existed with all of the amendments that were made through the years, and it wasn't updated. But in my opinion, this is a mistake to rush this. It's a mistake. And I just don't see how, 14 years and 6 months is much different than 14 years, give or take whatever months I'm.
I guess maybe I will take a contrarian view. The zoning was added to the work of the bylaw review committee years after the committee was formed, and it was only for codification. And the codification effort was to start 5 years ago. And the reason that our building commissioner, who is our zoning enforcement officer, and our clerk, who has to certify the zoning, came to us is they felt that it was stuck, that the work was stuck, and they wanted to take the reins of it as town meeting gave them the power to do, and move it forward under their guidance and leadership. And this board agreed to that approach, that it would be under their guidance and leadership that this would move forward. And I have a lot of respect because these are the people who are responsible for this work. And I have respect for the bylaw review committee, but it's not their legal responsibility. It is our town clerk and our building official who have to work with this, and our Board of Appeal who has to work with it, our planning board. And we say it's out of date and we can work with it, but imagine how many, if you try and figure this out, you have the 2009 version, and how many amendments that say in section C, subsection X, strike this and replace that. And you're going to sit there with how many amendments over the course of 13 or 14 years and try and figure that out? It's a waste of Joe Prondek's time, which he's told us. It cost him a ton of time. It's a waste of our planning department's time. It's a waste of our Board of Appeals time. And it's a waste of our time because we don't even, we have an unofficial version that we have used, and that's still at least 5 years out of date. So if you wanted to go and see if a project that's come before us is compliant with the zoning, good luck. It takes a lot of effort to see if it's compliant because you look in one place and it may have been changed in 2011. It may have been changed in 2015 again, and try and cross-reference where all these changes are. It's not simply something that, oh yeah, it's worked for 14 years. It's worked very inefficiently for 14 years, and maybe it doesn't work. Maybe things have slipped through that don't even meet the zoning because somebody's made a mistake along the way. I think the chance of mistake is far greater continuing on the path we are than having a few typographical potential mistakes in transcribing something from paper to digital.
So I have two questions. My first question, and I'd like Peter Mullen to address my second question. My first question is, if this started 5 years ago, what has happened in the course of 5 years?
It was in the bylaw review committee for 4. And I said, I'm not trying to cast disrespect on the bylaw review committee, but the clerk and the building commissioner came to us to support their approach was to bifurcate them so that we can have a starting point that's just a starting point, and then changes that the bylaw review committee recommended come in a second phase. And we supported that approach. It's not that their work is being discarded, it's their work is being suggested for a second phase so it can be trackable.
So what the process is, and I think we can't look backwards, we can only look forwards, right? So we can't say, wish we would have done things different. What we know is that we got a recodification document, a draft in January, and then there were some things that were found, and then it was updated, and then there was a new version that came out in February. But even in that February version, without doing the second phase work, just that alone, there are issues and concerns by people who understand. And what I'm concerned about is that in order to, just to go ahead and certify this, we might be certifying something that might be just as confusing because it may be referencing incorrect things.
We're not actually doing the certifying though, Sue Galvin is.
We're not doing it, but I'm saying the bylaw that General Code has created may be calling things different names and titles that are inaccurate, and what they reference with special permits, it may be, referring to different things.
Right, so
what we certify, I think what we certify has to be correct before we make all the other changes and fixing, other things. Just the conversion of this to digital, we don't want to be creating other problems that are more confusing.
I get a couple questions, but you had a question out there, Stan, so I don't want to jump in front.
Thanks. I wanted to ask Peter Mullen to I want to ask Peter, what is his recommendation at this point?
To send it back for
I understand, but I guess my question is,
how does he?
Peter, what do you envision as a process to get from the conundrum that you outline to something that's complete and would be, in your opinion, something that should be certified?
I think you want to make no substantive changes to the zoning bylaw, but you want to make sure that you've accurately created a document that has what's been passed by town meeting in the past, even if it has typos or whatever in it. And I believe that a document could be ready for a fall town meeting to do that. Between now and the fall town meeting, I think you could have a document that met that criteria and had been proofread, and you knew that it was accurate.
And are you suggesting that your committee would be involved in proofreading?
I don't know that we're really in a good position to be the proofreaders. I think we have to depend upon town staff. And proofreading is going to be, it's a 275-page document, so it's not a quick, easy thing to proofread. And you need people who can, you have a document you can follow. There's going to have to be changes made for section headings and things. What used to be called an article is now going to be called a section, and you have to find the right number for when it references something. So those kind of things require technical expertise with the zoning bylaw. I think the zoning staff and maybe the clerk's office staff would have to be involved.
And Tim, maybe this question is for you. Who proofread the January edition that was then updated in February?
So we've been reviewing the recodification document from General Code. I mean, in terms of the differences between the January version and the February version, again, like I said, those were sort of a broad kind of change to remove the section that was erroneous. So that's a fix that we are fine looking at and saying like, yes, this has been made. In terms of a line by line comparison proofread between, this gets back to the problem that Cheryl was alluding to earlier, that in order to make a proofread and a comparison, we're going now from the recodification to the 2009 version, but then jumping to the amendment that got made in 2013 and jumping back. So that has not been done in a comprehensive way by town staff. But I think what we are acknowledging, and I'm not necessarily disputing anything that Mr. Mullen has testified to, that Mr. Whiteside included in his comment letter, which we reviewed and met with and discussed with the clerk and town council and town administrator. I think what we are asserting is that on a substantive level of the language and the meaning of the language of the bylaw, we are confident in the process that we have paid General Code to conduct, and that there will need to be a future series of reviews and amendments, in the future. I think that ultimately we are we're as a staff, and again, I can only speak for myself, but I do believe I'm characterizing, correctly. We are asking this to be done, and so that we can get to work of actually, getting in there, popping over the hood, and seeing those corrections. So, not disputing that there may be discrepancies in there, especially relative to the language about paragraph versus subparagraph, section versus subsection. We understand that. I think what we're saying is that, we need to create this baseline so that, A, we can continue the work of doing the recodification, but B, that we can actually use the zoning bylaw in the way that we need to use it on a daily basis. I have been to more than 150 40B public hearings, and in more than one, we have had a situation where requested waivers for comprehensive permit projects have needed to sort of go back to the shop because they are referencing amendments to the zoning bylaw that aren't reflected in what's publicly available online. Joe Prondak will tell you that on a daily basis, he is compelled to refer people to the town clerk's office for a true copy of the zoning amendment. I don't have a problem telling you, I just discovered this last week. For 2.5 years as your director of development, I've been sending people to the town clerk to get a business certificate, which is, the #1 permit in our appendix. That's a change that got made in 2016. Now it's the building commissioner that gives out permits for home occupancy. So one of the things that we are really running up against, and I think the sense of urgency is, everyone should really feel it very acutely, is that for the past 2009 to today, really depending on the institutional knowledge of town staff about when zoning amendments have been made. And, Joe Prondak is not long for this town. He's not going to be here forever. I know my way around the zoning, but I still encounter, situations where, I am not aware that an amendment has taken place. And so we can get this bylaw to a state where everyone has access to the same information, the better. And I think what the planning board and ultimately what town meeting are going to need to wrestle with is, no one here is asserting that this thing is perfect. But I think what we're asking town meeting to do is to weigh the trade-offs between further delay and further instances of, people trying to do work in this town, not having the right information at their hands, and the sort of unknown possibility of the implications of, discrepancies yet to be identified. So it is a trade-off that town meeting is going to have to weigh. And I think what staff is telling you is that the dangers of there being discrepancies in the transcription are outweighed by the dangers of not having the right information at everyone's fingertips.
Can I ask a question on that? So since we're talking to Tim, the company that we're using, is this like who every city in town uses? Like this is pretty
General code.
General code. This is like, I mean, I guess what I'm trying to uncover there is, I think we're all, I don't want to speak for anybody else, but I feel like we're all on the same page that we're looking at stuff. We know that there's problems in our bylaws, that things are pointing to the wrong places, and that's why there's a bylaw review committee, and I think they're doing great work. I did buy into the idea, though, of this, that it sounds like our general counsel and others are saying we need to have this, you got to take the bad document, and it's got to go digital before we can make the changes so you can tie things back. I like that. Now really what I'm trying to figure out is, do we think that they did a good job, right? And I'm kind of sitting with, if that's their thing and they are the only people that people hire to do this thing, if our town council and the person who, if our clerk's office and our planning department think they did a good job, and we're not, because I think the problems and the mistakes we're finding are pointing to problems and mistakes in the bylaw, not problems and the mistakes from document to digital. At least that's what I'm hearing from Tim. So if that's the case, I'm for it because I'm hoping it goes digital and then we can start getting updates made pretty quickly, right?
So, Rich, to answer your first question, and then to kind of get after, I think, the sentiment of your earlier comments, there are a couple different companies that do this. General Code is the big one. Their product is eCode. You'll often come across Unicode, which is another product used by another company. But they have a track record, in the Commonwealth. I think they're trusted in it. In terms of, do we think that General Code did a good job? I think they did, and I think that, in our conversations with them, which, Sue and I just had a call with our consultant from General Code yesterday, the discrepancies that have been kind of brought up tonight and in comment letters to the board did not come as a surprise to General Code. And they are a function of their unflinching desire to do a verbatim transcription of the true copies of the zoning amendments and the 2009 certified copy. And so, they have outlined, if there are changes in the text, here are the types of changes in the text. And they relate to the numbering, they relate to the headings that Mr. Mullen referenced, and, they relate to sort of those internal references to numbers, spelling out numbers, capitalizing town. Everything else is the same. And it's a deliberate decision on the part of the consultant to not err on the side of making judgments that are really up to town meeting to make. And so that's where you have situations where, one of the comments in Mr. Whiteside's letter, related to, there's a reference to, this paragraph, but that taxonomy has changed in General Code's, recodification, and now paragraphs are subsections. That is a result of not going in and making those judgment calls on, should we change paragraph to subsection or subsection to. And so we raised these issues, and General Code, had a really close look at Mr. Whiteside's comments. They were like, yes, we understand, and go in, fix that, and this change does not make it through town meeting, or even if it does, we're still going to want to go back to General Code and say, okay, we need you to take this next step and, make those proofreads and make those changes that affect the internal consistency. That's something they're totally capable of doing.
So that's the question, Tim, that I have what you just said exactly right there. And I know we need to do this for our building department and our staff and for Sue, but we are this far. I feel like we're really close right now. I feel like, I know, we want this to happen as quickly as possible, but by moving it to fall town meeting, that gives the chance for General Code to make those changes that in Alex's mind and Peter's mind are actually substantial. They're substantive.
But I don't think we want to make those
substantial changes.
No, what they're saying, what General Code has done, because by the heading that those are actually.
I'm hearing different things, and what I'd like to do, since it's already after 10, we just got this 2 days ago, and I haven't had a chance to go back and look at General Code's work compared to these comments, and I think that we owe it to all of the town officials who've asked us to do this to at least understand whether we agree with this, because we're being asked to make a recommendation. Yeah. We know the warrant committee's already recommended this, and we know that the planning department, that the town clerk and the building commissioner recommend this, and so I would have to really think hard about going against those recommendations. When this is something that we just got, 2 days ago.
Right. So I agree. We don't have to make a decision tonight.
One comment though, because I think this is where I think it's getting a little confused, because so it sounds like that, back to what you just said, that next step of making those changes is not what they want to do in the same, at the same time, because at least what I heard from Tim is our town council, our town is saying that we need to at least take what's written, even though it's wrong, put it in digital, then have them start making those changes. And it sounds like you're saying is do it at the
It's two
same
different
time.
things. No. So the changes that are in the bylaws that are the problems that need to be corrected, typos, everything.
We can't do that now.
We can't do that now.
Right.
But what I'm saying is putting it in, what I'm hearing is that putting it in the electronic form made some changes, which could be corrected, simple things.
I didn't hear that. Is that what you said,
And that's
Tim?
what Tim was just saying, is that general code said that's fine, they can make those changes. I'm saying we should do that before we send it to town meeting.
Let's have Tim.
Because I didn't hear that. I thought what Tim was saying was that they copied it verbatim. They do think there needs to be updates, and they're willing to do it after we get it done. So that's different what you just said.
It is different because there were some changes made in the process.
So Tim, can you correct us on that?
Yeah.
Again, this is a situation where I think there's elements of rightness in both. And let me try to be clear.
Well, hold on. Just before you go there, I don't think so. They either copied it verbatim or they didn't.
So Rich, they copied it verbatim with the exception of some what I think are self-evident changes, right? The primary of which being the numbering, right? So we go from chapter 10 to title 275. So all of those internal kind of numberings, go from, chapter 10, section 3 to title 275, section 3, and that's kind of, so, and general code has provided explanatory notes that say, the general numbering changes. Here's the system of numbering, capital A, parentheses 1, lowercase a, parentheses, bracket. So, those changes.
But they also added
I want to cut you off
headers.
only because we're in the interest of time, and I get
Yeah.
it. So to my point, I think I feel like they went a little too far then. So you can't kind of have your cake and eat it too. You either copy it verbatim, and then you could have went further, but you only went a little way. So I personally, if you guys are voting on it tonight, it's irrelevant for me, but I like this idea though, to get it in there, as long as it's like as basic and verbatim as possible. Or if you guys are really outlining for town meeting, here are the few changes, they're not substantive, and here's what we did. Now we're gonna go phase 2 and start making some real changes to our bylaw, I think is a great idea.
The phase 2 piece, let's don't forget that town council said that the town meeting members are going to have to understand what the changes are. That means you need a red line version. And that's why we did not have a red line version. This is to give us the base document to begin a red line version. If you think about, it's like taking word processing and incorporating all the changes that were made since 2009 into the document. But instead of having town staff do that, take everything that's not in the same format anymore. You have old PDFs or hard copies. And so general code took all of that. So they still are going to have to do something, right? Because it says in one of these places, it says you have to, change this, and you're changing that title. And so how will you ever get to a clean document without a little bit of having to make an adjustment to how the organization is? That was the whole point.
And I don't want to just go down to the rabbit hole, but I would only say that maybe like hindsight, right, 2020, but maybe if we got Mr. Milton and Alex hey, here's what we did, here are the changes, put aside the massive amount of work you guys are doing in real changes that you guys that want to see happen. But if they could have got you guys on the same page to really see what they did, and maybe you could have made some recommendations there, maybe it would all be in agreement.
That's what he would like to do, and he's asking until
Tim,
But he says no. He says staff is going to do it.
Yeah. So Tim, why don't you work with the bylaw review committee?
Yeah, I made a mistake.
And allow also them to get on the call with you with the consultants.
Yeah, I didn't mean to go down a rabbit hole. I think it's hindsight.
Yeah.
We're following the process that the town clerk and the building commissioner asked us to support them following. That's what they're doing. And this board took a vote to support that when we talked about it before. And this is the next step in that process. So I feel like it's the right next step. So then the question is, I don't know whether I agree that there's these are substantial or different without having looked at it, and I haven't had time to look at it because we just got it.
I think we should stop our conversation, move on, because these people have been waiting for a long time, and you're right. We need time. You're right about that.
Yeah.
So I think we need time.
Thank you, Peter.
Can I add one comment?
Yes, please.
If Mr. Prondak needs a workable document, he can use this document that General Code has created, whether it's voted by a town meeting or not voted by a town meeting. If he has confidence in it, he can use it.
He needs the certified document, though. That's my understanding. He needs the certified document, so.
No, the town needs to be able to certify it to the zoning bylaw, and sometimes the applicants need them. But in terms of being able to understand what it provides, he can use, anything he wants to tell him what the law is.
It's not official, though.
It's unofficial in the sense that you can't certify it to someone else, to some court or something. I'm just saying that if the rationale for waiting 6 months rather than going to a fall town meeting is because Prondak needs it right now, he can have it right now.
And he's using unofficial anyway.
No.
Years.
No.
Thank you very
we
much.
are. Only the planning board is.
I know.
All right,
Thank you. All right.
To continue the public hearing on the zoning article for town meeting to April 27th at 7:05.
7:05, yeah.
Sorry, Rich, you'll be.
Good luck. Yeah.
I will be at town meeting waiting to vote on it.
Yeah. Good. Great. All right. Is there a motion? Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Roll call. Rich?
Yes.
Cheryl?
Yes.
Maggie?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Thank you all. Okay, great. I apologize. We can now open the public hearing for 111 Highland Street Memory Care Facility, continued from March 30th. If you would like to join us?
Good evening.
Good evening. I know. Sorry.
Not too long, is it? It's blowing really cold.
Oh.
You guys go fast.
Keep you awake. That's good. Welcome.
Well, thank you. Ned Corcoran, counsel with Mike Walrzak on behalf of Northbridge Companies. Pleased to be here to continue this hearing. Before I say anything, Rich, congratulations and thank you. And the other thing is, I prefer to do nothing with the bylaw because I get paid a lot to understand what's in it.
Hourly. All right.
So I think the best thing we can do tonight, given the hour and the time, and I know that Tim and I have been back and forth earlier this week, is that we're still relying on review of some information that's coming. We do have some updates. We have a brief presentation we can make relative to stormwater changes, modifications that we presented to the Conservation Commission on Tuesday night, and that were pretty well received by the Commission on Tuesday. It was specifically a question about how we were bridging the first intermittent stream with a much bigger opening in the culvert, which allowed deer crossing. There was a specific discussion that took place on the site walk between Tom Palmer and our engineer. Our engineer went back, took a really hard second look at it, and came up with a much better design that he thought was appropriate. We're finalizing the numbers on that, and that obviously has to go to Tetra Tech for further review. So we know that Tetra Tech just gave Kim midweek their preliminary comments on the site on the stormwater. We've got them. We've got work to do to respond to them. We think we can have responses done in time for a robust discussion on the 27th. And we really point to the 27th for an opportunity to have a much more robust presentation. I think that's a much lighter agenda. Congratulations for getting to 440 Granite Avenue. But we would really look forward to an opportunity on the 27th. So I think I submitted a memo through Tim. We can do an overview of the adjustments to the stormwater. We'll have to share a screen in our, Paul Avery, I think is available, still available to do it. I know he's down in Pennsylvania at an acceptance student day for one of his children. We could have a brief discussion on traffic memo that we submitted, but that's obviously gone to Tetra Tech. Tetra Tech has not provided any comments to either the initial traffic report or that memo. So probably best to hold on that. I would say that we have reached out to Chase Berkeley with a request for a meeting with the traffic commission, and we would invite neighbors to participate in that in order to look at sort of a set of traffic calming measures that have been identified in the traffic memo that could be implemented. We want to make sure that specific measures would be acceptable to the traffic commission from a physical perspective. And so any of those measures that would be acceptable obviously would be accepted and addressed as incorporated into a special permit that could be granted.
So when you talk with the traffic commission, can I make a request? We have a traffic model that was developed, and maybe Tim, if I'm wrong, you can jump in here. The idea of that model was that we could run some tests. So if you change traffic regulations or patterns in some way, that it'll simulate what happens. And so but I know that there was a funding of how to fund, like being able to continue to use it moving forward. And so it might be that something that you could help fund, like plugging your data into that model, so that we could see what would happen. So I read the memo that said that they can make some adjustments to the signalization, but it would be, I think, important to understand what that does if you make those changes, and if you make at that particular intersection, does it affect a different intersection? So if they can run that simulation, I think that would really be helpful.
Okay, I wasn't aware that there was a model.
It was years ago that was utilized.
Well, it was funded pre-COVID. You might remember town meeting voted, I think, $85,000 to fund the development of it. But then there was some question with the data if you're using COVID numbers, right? So they held off on doing it for a couple of years. And then I know that the traffic what they call it, Traffic Mitigation Committee, made a recommendation to have a staff person who would manage that software themselves. So someone at the DPW engineering department. So that, and when this traffic mitigation fund that we have is the cost to pay into it would be to help, maintain that too. So I just suggest it because it might be a way to help analyze these suggestions that are being made.
Sure, I mean, well, let's do this. I'll explore with Chase and Tim what it is, what state it's in, and whether it's possible to take advantage of it. If we can take advantage of it, we'd be happy to do that.
I mean, that's what it was designed for, so I'm hoping it can be taken advantage of.
I'm sure the folks at Finance Associates are intimate with these types of models. They run them all the time. So,
it was, I think Beta did it, but I'm sure they know one another.
We'll check in on that.
Yeah.
But Tim had, Chase had originally tentatively scheduled for 6 o'clock on April 27th. And he just scheduled it, and when I spoke with him, he then was concerned that maybe there wouldn't be enough time between that meeting and the meeting on the evening of the 27th to reflect. So he was looking for another date. Pending that other date, so I notify the neighborhood, and then hopefully have something solid to report back to the board as a result of that meeting. I can also report that we had a meeting on site with Karen McCarty and her council Thursday. Our landscape architect and the project architect and I met with her and her council. We agreed to do two things. One, one, we took a series of photographs all along her property line, between her house and the property line, looking into the property. And that we would produce a rendering for them that depicted what the post-development would look like from a landscaping perspective with respect to landscaping around the building, plus the building itself, what would be visible from her property. And then Mr. Henry asked our landscape architect, what would she do if she were designing landscaping to buffer her own property? And so she said, I would design a 3-layer set of things, particularly between the house and the property line. And so we will come back with some renderings of what that might look like, and then other infill as you go down the driveway that would be less dense, but would still have screening as you come up the driveway, and we'll work on that. Obviously, to the extent that if we reach an agreement with them, that would be done. We can incorporate those into a special permit, but we would need them to agree that that would be acceptable, and that the project would be acceptable from their perspective. We could not be at risk of further appeal from them if we were going to put that type of effort forward. And we do have a very robust, we didn't indicate, we have a very robust budget for that type of work, because every tree we plant somewhere is a tree that we get credit for against the significant deficit for trees that are being removed in the Conservation Commission process. So we did submit a brief. We submitted an update to the CMP based on comments that Eric Green heard from the board 2 weeks ago, but there were some additional requests within the Tetra Tech letter, so we're going to further address some of those comments, and Mr. Green is working on those as well. We're working on one of your requests, Cheryl, with respect to the trees to be saved associated with the tree preservation plan. We've got a plan that is color-coded and now identifies species that looks like that. A lot of colors, a list of a legend of things. What we don't have, and we've finally figured out that we need, is that we need to sort of turn off all of the trees within the limit of work and really just focus on the trees that are within 25 feet of the limit of work. And so that's in process, and we'll have that ready for review at the next hearing. And then we've updated some site sections. We submitted some updates last week, but we have further updates today. I know we forwarded to Tim and to you, Cheryl, specifically, because I know that you have particular interest. And basically what we did is we broke the sections down into subsections and then blew them up so they're more visible. I know what we submitted last week, which showed a series of sections on one plan, really difficult to read, really difficult to process. So we've broken each of those sections out on its own plan sheet, blown them up. I can run through those tonight briefly if I can share screen, or we can
we may have to do that because we have one other the MBTA communities we need to get to.
That's fine.
And I didn't see on those subsections the drive, the elevations of the drive. You did the buildings, but we had asked what are the height of the retaining walls on the drive when you come in. I didn't see any elevations on the drive, which from the rendering, it looks like you're building up that driveway and it looks like a high retaining wall. And I don't know if that's the depiction on the.
It is a high retaining wall.
It is. So we've not seen anything on the retaining wall. It was just the buildings.
We do have one that sort of cuts lengthwise the mid of the driveway, and it does have.
Is it on there? I didn't.
It does have some
Okay.
heights. It's difficult to see.
That's what, yeah.
And particularly in the version that you cut from last week, it would be almost impossible.
Right.
So I will forward this new.
That's great. Okay.
And it's got a better depiction.
Okay. As long as it's on there. Okay.
So that was sort of my update. I know that your goal was to be brief. And so much of what we're doing two things. Responding to the litany of requests for information that came out of the hearing a couple of weeks ago. We've got a fair amount of it in good process. We'll have it by the end of the week so that we have a new solid package to submit for review on the 27th. And we're focusing on the stormwater and adjustments to stormwater associated with the first crossing, particularly in response to Tom Palmer's requests. And we presented that in draft, if you will, to the Conservation Commission on Tuesday night. It was well received. We still have to button up the calculations and some additional plans, and we'll be submitting those as well. So with that, I can, your pleasure. I know there are people here from the neighborhood that may want to.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
And if you want to, a 5-minute overview of the plans that Paul Avery has developed with respect to that crossing, or we can wait and submit a more thorough review of that for the 27th.
I think that makes sense to do it then and be a little more thorough, but I don't know if the rest of the board. Okay. Yeah.
I just have a question about the traffic. I just want to make sure that that the North Bridge isn't going to enter into any like contracts with like Milton Hospital for additional parking. Okay, because I know Milton Hospital is always looking for additional parking.
They're constrained themselves. They have secured a special permit amendment for them to park cars for employees of the St. Elizabeth Church.
Yeah.
And they show.
So I knew that. So that's why I know they're always looking for a place. So I didn't want them to then start parking.
Is just for this project, and we know that and there are more parking. I think we said this previously. There are more parking spaces than you would think you would need for the routine operation of the facility. But they do have occasional guest days and celebrations, and on those days you have to park everyone on campus. There's no place else to park them. You can't park them on the street. Certainly can't park them in the neighborhood. We don't want to have to think about parking in the hospital. We need to take care of it there.
How many days would you say that is?
If you just go through the holidays, we pretty regularly like to bring people in. And I mean, let's look at right now, it could be Monday. We could have a little get together and bring some family in, being Patriots Day. You've got Memorial Day, you've got 4th of July, there is Mother's Day, Father's Day, those type, it's pretty regular. I mean, we have functions and people or try to encourage people to come in and visit their family. You'd think that it wouldn't take much encouragement, but people at times have had a rough time with the family members and they don't like to be reminded. So we just try to, encourage the families to come in and visit there.
I'm just really, trying to understand, because if a portion of the parking lot is rarely used, could that be a different material? Could it be something that is less impervious? So, well, more impervious. Yeah.
I think we could certainly look at that.
Yeah, because the lights of that parking lot and I think even some there could be heat island effect, from the amount of paving and so forth. If it's not used that often, even grass is used to park on an occasional basis. So I guess I'm just trying to really understand how much of that is your typical operation. And
we can take a look at that. That's a good question. I know that we've heard from through Tim that questions about whether we could park on the ground.
Yeah, I sent that question through because I was looking. The reason I asked for those site sections is you're bringing in a lot of fill, and I don't know if we wanted this for another night, but I'll just share the question with you that I sent. The reason I asked for a site section the way I did was I was thinking that there's a lot of fill being brought in the section where there's no basement. And I thought, why put fill there instead of putting basement and then park in the basement and have less surface parking? And so you said that you can't do it, but I'm curious about the level of fill, and you're going to need to build you're going to have to compact that fill, and it would be an environmental benefit to just not have the fill and put that basement and you're bringing your service in at that level anyway. And I can't imagine the cost is extraordinarily different by the time you have to clear and do stormwater drains and everything for the parking lot. Unless there's something I'm not understanding about why you need that fill in that location, because there's a ton of fill when you look at that section.
We'll give more information back to you on this. We've done 2 separate layouts of parking under.
Okay.
There's significant other issues. And among them are the fact that we still need the parking in the back. So have to build that second bridge. There's a big cost difference to the building between building parking underneath and doing parking as a spring point. Well, we'll keep looking at it, but I'm not confident that we'll get there.
Well, if you look at your true need, maybe you don't have to build all of that. It would be a nice benefit if you really didn't have to.
Well, even to construct that building, we need some staging. There's been a concern expressed by our neighbors and by you that we need some room to be able to.
Understood, but even if it's staging, that's temporary compared to an asphalt parking lot with lights on it that's not temporary. So I would like to see you take a good look at it, and if it's not possible, I respect that, but I do think there's it could be beneficial in other ways if it did work. So,
well, we'll continue to look at it, and we are in the process of that.
We did indicate in the recent memo, part of the materials we submitted, that the third shift parking will not take place out in the back, and the lights will be off. They'll be on time, they'll go off at 11:30 at night. Okay. They'll come on until 8 p.m.
That's beneficial. If we could, the next level would be, some way to make some of it pervious, and then the next level is not to even have some of it.
It strikes me that pervious a significant section. That what's the number of parking spaces that we need available to us for the routine operation?
Exactly.
That could be filled up front and then one section in the rear, and perhaps in the other section where you do it with a less pervious, with a more pervious surface,
right?
Because it's used less and it's marked differently, and so I think that's something we can look at. We'll certainly look at both of those. We need to look at them hard. We need to have good hard answers for you when we say we can't do A, B, and C.
Great.
And maybe just look at the number of beds too, because I think it was your Needham facility might only have like 60 beds. So what's this, 78 beds?
No.
Is it? No, 72.
The size,
that's a non-starter.
Because 59,000 square foot building is very, very big.
No, it's a big building.
An acre and a half.
Yeah, but that's an absolute non-starter. That was negotiated when the zoning was negotiated.
All right, well, we will want to hear from the public. I know there's been people waiting here, but we'll have a more in-depth, I think there's other things that you're still looking at that we're interested in too, but we can dig more into that on the 27th.
We just wanted to come in.
Thank you. Yes, we appreciate that. Yeah, we appreciate the site walk. So great. So we're not going to continue it yet. We're going to hear from the public residents now. So thank you so much. Appreciate for coming. Great. And now anyone who's interested in speaking to anything, and again, we're going to have a lot of more time to allocate to this. I don't want anyone to feel like, on the 27th, but feel free to come up and if you're prepared to speak or.
I have a slideshow that Ben has, and it's very fast.
Okay.
I promised I would go with
Great.
But it's going to be quite brief.
That's great. Please come forward.
Okay.
Welcome, and if you could just say your name again and your address for the
My
record.
name is Granite Donovan, and I live at 16 Spafford Road in Milton. So here we go. I just briefly, a picture's worth 1,000 words, so I want to give you a little walk up our street in this very quick slideshow because it's late at night. Great. So next slide, please. Essentially, we can't withstand the additional traffic burdens here. Just our one street, Spafford Road, which runs right up at the end to where this facility will be, we have over 20 minor children on that one street. This isn't the additional lateral roads. They walk up it to go to the high school, they walk up that street to go to the middle school. It has, as you'll see in the photos, no sidewalks. It's incredibly narrow. We have 2 newborns on the street, we have 2 toddlers on the street. There's a lot of action. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this is just a morning on Spafford Road. You can see a couple people talking on the street, and this is sort of a bus that might go to that type of center or go to the hospital, and this is a 2-way street. You can see there's not a lot of space, and if we move, there's no sidewalks on either side. This is a nice weather day, no snowbanks, there's a slow Joe on its side, you can see there, and if you move to the next slide, please. Back one. Thank you. Once to get by these, when these people are just walking their dog, it's got to go almost to the other side of the road. So we see this continuously now. These are just snapshots. We could go on for hours with all of our pictures. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this is when 2-way traffic is on our street. You can see there is not room. I walk my dog, you gotta jump on the neighbor's lawn. You walk on the neighbor's lawn in our neighborhood. Next slide, please. School buses historically did not run when my kids were in school up Spafford Road because it is a steep street, and they said that they couldn't get up there and it was not safe for the kids to have a bus stop on the street. And it's a hill, so people move quickly up the hill. Next slide, please. Here we have the bus stop, and as you can see just behind that, that's where this big, huge 70 room, 78 bed facility with dining rooms, common areas, big giant structure. That's where it is. And this is what you have for now when you have a school bus on the street, how much extra space. There's not a lot of room there. Next slide, please. So snow, ice, or rain, this isn't Spafford, but it contributes to that. And next slide, please. So we don't even need a model to tell us that this isn't a good idea. Additional 288 cars coming up and down this street. The GPS takes all of these visitors that are frequently going to come to the facility for the holidays, etc., to visit their family. up Spafford Road. And people use it as a cut through, as most people know. The neighborhood has been working with the hospital. We've been in here complaining every opportunity we have. They're on their best behavior now, and you're gonna, one would presume. And you are gonna see in the upcoming slides, we get the laundry service truck almost daily. We get ambulances multiple times a day. So it's not a problem that's we've been able to resolve, and we're just gonna add to it. It just seems short-sighted. Next slide, please. So here you have just typical day, ambulance, and then at the end of the street, I think that might be the ride. So this is constant. We could give you real-time pictures, but I wanted you just to see the type of action we're getting. And that's why we are so concerned. Next slide, please. This is Crown Linen and uniform going down the street. And this is just the hospital. This is what's there. We got it, we know, we moved in, the hospital was there. But we're saying, please don't add to this. Next slide, please. This is the intersection at Highland and Spafford that you're going to see. You were all out there for the walkthrough recently. It's not uncommon to have multiple cars at these stop signs. And the cars, because of that backup there, they just shoot down Spafford. Next slide, please. So this was the day of the last meeting. I had to leave for an emergency and had the slideshow prepared. And I had just been out for a jog. It was a really nice day. And I grabbed my camera because it was not a typical high traffic time. I think at the time, if you need it, there's someone who's just gone through the stop sign and there's two cars waiting at the stop sign. This is right in front of where the center is going to be. Next slide, please. So we come before I guess it's the traffic committee, and the best advice we got is if you park on the street, people will kind of have to zigzag around. And that's effective advice.
They do have to slow down.
They do. And this is my husband's truck from doing that. If we don't put those, the sides in on this is what happens. That's the result. So what I'm saying is we're kind of in talking about what we can do to mitigate this addition. We have a big problem already, and there's no sidewalks there. There's no we can put this in the middle, we can put this on the ends. There's no space to do anything really. Next slide, please. I think that might be it. Okay, and it's really important that when this went, I'm a layperson, I don't have all of the proper terminology, but when this went before a vote to say, we want this in our town possibly, bring it up to that next level so these people can really look at it. That number was not 228 trips per day. It was...
Well, we didn't have a number. When we presented 150, we were told by some town meeting members, by the select board chairwoman, that 150 trips a day was a gross exaggeration, that a neighborhood of 4 or 5 houses would generate more traffic than this because the residents don't drive. And actually, the latest traffic report, using actual data from Newburyport, same number of beds and units, is 288 trips a day. So it's double what we were told was a gross exaggeration. So, sorry.
And they're saying that, thank you. And they're saying it's a no-go, less units. So it doesn't seem like there's flexibility there. So in closing, it doesn't feel good to come up and say, I don't want a memory care center. I think I'm not in what they're doing. That's not my objection. The location, it's short-sighted. This isn't the right spot. And it's putting kind of a square peg into a round hole because the hospital owns the land and it's there and it's convenient, but it's a swamp and there's already a big traffic issue there. And so, and none of us expected this to be, it wasn't zoned this way. So we live, that is, I believe it's a scenic route. Okay. So you can't take down a stone wall or move a tree if you're doing work on the road, on a scenic road, but we are going to, because this is wetlands, abut almost to the road, a 70-unit massive structure, bigger than the fruit center, I think you told me.
60% bigger than the fruit.
67% bigger than the fruit center. And because it's wetlands, we gotta put it right in the corner where we are literally, where that school bus picture was, it's right there. Because it's not like the hospital where you can kind of plop it way back in the middle and with a bunch of trees in front. That's not what this is gonna look like. And you're vastly changing the character of this neighborhood. And it's really on the backs of the families here. And there's a lot of them watching from home with kids that can't be here. But it's one of those, the ends don't justify the means in this situation. It's inequitable to put the burden on the families in this neighborhood. And as I said, I think it's not the issue of not thinking that the center is a good idea. It's just the location is not appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Josh.
Great.
Meredith, we had multiple people speaking there. I don't know if everyone gave their name and address. I couldn't see because the screen was pushed here.
Yeah, Mandy asked me to comment on Bard Henry's 11 Spafford Road, so that was me speaking briefly.
That's great. Thank you. Welcome. Hello.
Gene Irwin, 120 Highland Street, town meeting member, precinct 9. In the planning board's own rules and regulations regarding roads and ways, it discusses sewer systems for new development. And in section 10-2, it says all new and existing subdivisions must be gravity-fed sewer systems, not sewage injectors, gravity-fed. And if that is impractical, the applicant should do their own septic system on their property. This is another fatal flaw. This property has more fatal flaws than I can shake a stick at. I'm also interested in finding out, how does a dead end go beyond the legal limit according to our same bylaws that say in section, in zone A, you can get up to 650 feet. The rest of the town is pretty much at 500 feet. This is 700 plus. Where did that authority come from? Just a question. Ben, Tim, if you can answer it, anyone can answer it.
Tim, do you want to speak to that?
What was the question? I'm sorry, I didn't catch all of that.
The dead ends.
Our rules and regulations say dead ends cannot exceed 500 feet in most zoning jurisdictions. In zoning A, they say it can be up to 650 feet. It also says we're supposed to have a 50-foot like lollipop turnaround. And everything this application wants just slides right through all of our bylaws. There's no supervision. Cheryl's been asking, and Maggie, Cheryl, you go back a year and a half waiting for the swept path analysis. Maggie, you go back several weeks. I've been going back 3 years. This is mandatory. I cited 527 CMR section 18.1.1.4. It's mandatory. Why are we here if you can't get fire trucks in there? These are, I think, fair questions. And talk about insulting one time. The applicants, I feel insulted. I think all of you folks should feel insulted. I think the whole town should feel insulted. We can't get basic questions asked. Then all of you were at the site walk, except for you, Richard. And again, we're being told the stormwater system that you all saw with your own eyes is not there. And in addition, it doesn't work. It's working flawlessly. The only dry land that we're talking about here is due to that stormwater system. If you go behind the house at 107, where there's that, again, historic manhole, I think there should be a 2-year demo delay on that. But if you go to that manhole behind 107, that's where it dries the land above it. The only dry land that's developable at this whole site starts at that manhole. It's working perfectly. So again, I know it's late. People have much patience.
Thank you.
But again, fatal flaw. There's no place for the sewage unless they're going to put it on their own property, which is already a swamp. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And we hope those questions will be answered. Yes.
Meredith, to answer the question, this special permit is governed by the special care, memory care residence development zoning that was passed by town meeting in March. So, I mean, to the extent that other elements of the zoning code are relevant, you'd have to go into that zoning. But that's the guide for the special permit is the zoning.
Okay, thank you. Yes, welcome.
Thank you.
You could just state your name and address, please.
Frances Canty, 36 Bedford Road. I want to start by saying, again, I agree with Mindy. We're not here to say we don't want a memory center in Milton. We're simply saying this is not the best location. We don't know, when we bought in Milton, one of the things we all love suburbia. We want to give our kids the best place to grow up, and Milton affords us that opportunity. But the other thing we all also know is that we buy in Milton because of property value. Like, we all have it. Buying in Milton is an investment. It's a return on our investment. And we all take a lot of pride in that. And like, this is our life's work. I haven't heard anything about a study that's being done that has compared the return in value for individuals who buy around these properties. Like, have we talked about what will happen to my property that, this is my life's work. I have a 78-bed facility near me. What does that do to my property, my resale value? If I'm a young family, do you think I want to buy next to a facility that has 78 beds? There's increasing traffic, like the streets are congested. Like, that's not, it's not equitable, nor is it fair for individuals who have worked their butts off to buy these properties, and now the value is being diminished, not because of anything that, like, I certainly did not know that, when I bought this property, that at some point or another, a 78-bed institution would be next to it. Like, I would have all of us would probably make a different investment. And now we're being burdened with this, and it affects our lives, it affects our livelihood for our children, because when you invest, when you buy a home, that home potentially will probably go to your children in the future. So this is a bad investment for all of us on the street, not only us on the street, but the neighboring individuals in the other streets. This will impact a lot of us. And I think, you guys need to consider that about these people who have made these investments and have worked their butts off to buy these properties.
Thank you so much. Great. Anyone else, or anyone from the public, or yeah, a whole bunch of hands. Okay, great.
I'm Teresa O'Brien at 42 Spafford. Like everyone's saying, we're not against a memory center, but it would be great. I know zoning passed for a 78-bed unit, 78 beds or 70 units. It would be great if it was smaller. They could still do that. Just because zoning passed for 78 beds, they could still make it smaller. It would be great if they could do that and move the loading dock from where it is currently to the other side. If they made it smaller, you'd have better parking. It would be, it's just such a big building. And all the plans, I don't see trees. You saw a picture recently of the entrance, but you don't see all the trees on Highland. So the good picture that Mandy showed of the bus that's what it looks like in the winter. There is no leaves. We're not seeing any trees being replaced right there. So it's just not the right place. And I saw they changed the construction hours, but still, like Saturdays, they wrote Saturdays that they'd work inside, but we prefer no Saturdays, or at least start at 9 on Saturdays, because we all know they're going to show up early. You're going to hear these trucks coming. You'll hear the workers outside. And even if it is work inside, you can still hear them banging. So it's still like 7 o'clock on Saturdays, too early. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. Okay.
Hello, everyone.
welcome.
Bart Hayes,
Yeah,
11
good.
Stafford Road.
Thank
Nice
you.
to see you all
Good to
again.
see you.
And thank you, Rich, for everything you've done. I know I've only been a part of maybe 10, 12 meetings, and it's been a burden on my family to be here. So I can only imagine for yours, so thank you very much, and thank you, all of you. I'd like to talk a little bit about the site walk and kind of what we've learned, and just put things in context a little bit, because I've been on, I think, 3 of them now. And that night, I went back and checked the U.S. Weather Service data. I think we got a quarter inch of rain overnight, and I think another tenth or so that morning, so about a third of an inch total of rain. And for those of you who were there wearing your waders, your boots, your raincoats, many of the steps you took off of that driveway were in wet spots, and not all of that is necessarily designated currently as wetland. What I've learned throughout this process is that the definition of a wetland, I believe, is land saturated with water less than 12 inches or less below the surface for most of the year, for the majority of the year. So we have significant areas of wetlands. It's why they can only build in a certain area. It's why they have to build this superstructure, essentially a bridge over 2 stream crossings, because when it rains more than a third of an inch, when it rains 2 inches or 3 inches, that whole area floods. That driveway floods. Paul Avery explained it. Their engineer explained it. That first crossing, what's there now, the road goes down a little bit, the driveway goes down a little bit, it all floods. So they have to build up. They have to, in some places, Paul Avery said, up to 10 feet high of a retaining wall. The road has to go up. So we're building this huge, elaborate structure over and around significant wetlands. And then, again, to go back to that morning, it seemed pretty wet everywhere. That was a third of an inch. Now imagine 3 inches. Imagine July 2021, hurricane season, when we had Elise and I forget the other one. We had about 5 or 6 inches of rain in 1 week. If you went up there and saw that whole area would be flooded. And that area is acting as an important buffer for the neighborhood, for on all sides. And when we asked, I think Cheryl, you asked the question a couple weeks ago about, well, what about when the test pits were dug in the in the area where they want to build the 60,000 square foot facility? How far down did you hit water? So the answer was between 24 and 33 inches in the dry area. So if the wetlands is 12 inches and the dry area is 24 to 33, what we're basically saying is the whole area, the whole site is either wetlands or almost wetlands. And on Tuesday night's Conservation Commission meeting, we asked, well, it's not just down. So okay, let's say magically we snap our fingers and the property is built and everything's in place and all these retention areas are there, and it's handling the water as their modeling says it will. Have we factored in the deforestation, the over 230 trees, and the impact of that? Well, no, we can't really assess that on the groundwater. What about the 18 months in between where you're doing construction, you've cut down all the trees, but you haven't really set up all the necessary drainage? What happens then? You're going to have some flooding during rain events during your construction period. What's the plan for that? Well, we don't really know. We've asked a few times about groundwater. We know that the whole area has a high water table. Like I said, 24 inches in the dry area to 33 inches where they want to build. That's where the water is. The last 12 months are among the 12 driest months. This 1 year period is among the driest on historical record. You lived through last summer, go to your yard right now and check out the dirt. It's dust. So even those measurements in December may be, if you did those measurements during a wetter part of the year, or not this year, maybe if you did them in 2020, 2021, you're going to see probably water closer to the surface. So I think we really believe that there's just so much we don't know about the impacts of groundwater and the dire consequences to neighboring properties, that there needs to be more study, because so far, the questions about groundwater, the responses are, well, we're not required, we're adhering to the performance standards for stormwater, but we're not required to analyze groundwater and water table. And we don't really know the individual conditions on neighboring properties, so that's beyond our scope of work, which makes sense. but I think we feel that, this isn't something you put in and in 10 years, can change our minds, right? This is something that's going to be here. We may sell our houses. Some of us may no longer be in this world, and this is going to endure for generations. So I think it benefits all of us to understand what are the impacts of the hydrology, and that's something that we're really, we believe needs to be looked at. I haven't commented. I know there's been a lot of discussion in the past about the old storm drainage system, and because I wasn't really sure what to make of all of it. But I stopped and I looked at some of that. The clay pipe at the top there near the Cardi house, the wetlands up higher that feed that water. You look at it and it's old, and you're like, well, we're not going to touch that. We're just going to build around that. We're going to build this superstructure of retaining walls around the stream crossings on one side. We're not going to touch the clay pipe there. We're going to build this huge building around it here. And I'm just thinking to myself, well, okay, but everything breaks, everything corrodes and crumbles, and if that pipe breaks, what happens? If it breaks higher up, what happens? Where does that water go? It changes everything. Areas that were wet before now it may not be as wet. Areas that were dry may be more wet. So it seems strange that we would, invest all this time to look at an elaborate plan to really circumvent what nature wants to do there, and not consider it, just leave in place all these old things that they're gonna break and cause problems down the road. So just in summary, I know it's late and everyone wants to go home. I think on the water, I think there's so many questions we don't know the answer to, and there has been a lot of analysis, but even just, I think what Ned alluded to, which is a really, I think, potentially a noble response to a question from a Conservation Commission member who said, your 24-inch pipe, or there's some discussion of a 36-inch pipe, that first stream crossing, it's gonna hinder wildlife. So can we look at a box culvert that's wider? Bless you. So yes, wildlife will be devastatingly impacted by this project. So let's try to mitigate that. But what's the consequence of that? Well, areas that were pooling south, higher upland, will now not pool as much, but areas northward that are not as high are going to have a lot more pooling, because now you've just increased the flow of water, the tremendous amount of water that they've said is flowing through the property. Now that's going to have to be retained somewhere else, and that so that's a potential benefit to wildlife, but. And they're saying, net it's the same amount of water, so the storm drainage doesn't change. But really, that could be hugely impactful for the groundwater, because an area, like I said, it was it is now today wetland. Now you're allowing much more to flow through than what has been. That may shrink the wetland there, and now you have a much bigger wetland over here, and the people that live down there, that may be a problem for them. So I think there's a lot of moving parts here. There's a lot of technical issues that we just don't have the answers to, that we believe we need to bring in additional expertise, particularly for a hydrologist. I've done predictive modeling. I have a master's in economics and statistics. I'm a business consultant. We model stuff all the time, and there's always limitations. And I think there's no substitute for experts in the particular field. And I think having a hydrologist come in would certainly shed light on the huge concerns around water. So I'll stop there. Okay. I have some other points on other areas, but others have talked about traffic, so I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Bard. You're always good.
Yeah. Thanks for your comment. Teresa O'Brien, 42 Spafford. We're also just concerned with all the water. How about Winter Valley? They have 36 units, and then it's the 40B passes. They all kind of back up to each other. Yeah. So we just want to make sure someone's really looking at everything in the whole, and not just this one plot of land. That we're just concerned that they all line up on the map.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, we will have the hydrologist in our peer review, Sean Reardon, who's doing that stormwater on the 27th. Hopefully he'll be here. Great. All right, is there anyone from the public? Julia, you're seeing hands up, you said?
Daniel Hill.
Yes, Daniel Hill, welcome, can let him in. And you know what, if we could just limit our comments to just 2 to 3 minutes, we just really, because it is getting late, I'm sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. My name's Dan Hill. I'm a land use attorney, and I represent the folks, the neighbors on Spafford Road. I won't repeat anything they've said. They've all spoken quite eloquently on these issues. But I did want to just raise a few points this evening, and I know the hour's late. First, on the issue of hydrology, Sean Reardon is actually not a hydrologist. He's a civil engineer. And I think what the comment made by Bard and others is really important, that stormwater engineering does not tell us anything about hydrogeological impacts. The HydroCAD model that's the basis for the stormwater calculations says nothing about hydrogeological impacts on the groundwater and the wetlands. So we'd strongly recommend that the board retain a peer review hydrogeologist, just like the Conservation Commission has in the last 2 40B projects. The Conservation Commission has retained GZA, which did a very good job evaluating the impacts on those 2 projects, and we recommend that occur here as well. In summary, this project really just represents a gross overutilization of an environmentally sensitive site, which will present a number of adverse impacts on the wetlands, increased flooding on abutting properties, a higher water table in the neighborhood, and increased traffic impacts in the neighborhood, as you heard tonight. Your job, I mean, the planning board's role here is to make a finding, essentially. And the finding in the bylaw says, will the project provide a public benefit without significant unmitigated detrimental impacts? That's the language of the bylaw. And the purpose of this public hearing, of course, is to receive evidence on these impacts. Your peer reviewer, Mr. Reardon, has done a good job so far with his letter, and obviously has raised a lot of important questions that need to be answered, and we will hopefully hear more about that at the next meeting. I did want to just briefly address the buffer zone. I mean, this site is consuming a big part of the 100-foot buffer zone for the wetlands of the site, which has really not been addressed, and it's pretty well accepted in the wetland science community that the 100-foot buffer zone is very significant to wildlife protection, flood control, and water quality protection. In this project, you've got very steep slopes, you've got a natural topography that's already steep, and as a result, you've got tall retaining walls all along the wetland boundaries. Buffer zones for wetlands should have gradual slopes in topography, not vertical slopes. So that's a big problem for wetland science. And then just briefly on the access issues, the gentleman spoke, Gene spoke about the swept path analysis. He's absolutely right. This project design does not comply with the State Fire Prevention Code. One of the issues is that it doesn't have adequate access around the perimeter of the building. The fire code puts a cap of 250 feet from any point of the building to a fire access road. The most remote part of this building is 660 feet from a fire access road. So it simply doesn't comply with that standard, and we haven't seen yet a swept path analysis to see if the fire truck can come in and turn around in that traffic circle in front of the building. And then finally, I just wanted to ask the board to request that Sean Reardon review the electronic CAD file for the site plans to verify the dimensional calculations, the area calculations that are provided on sheet C200, the area calculations for the open space and the lot coverage and so forth. These are critical eligibility requirements, as you know, for this bylaw. And we also know that there's really no margin for error here. Every square inch of the site that's upland is being consumed by buildings or stormwater infrastructure or retaining walls, except for that dog-leg portion, which can't be used anyway. So there really is very little margin for error, and that makes it very important that you guys vet these calculations and not just rely on face value for the table that's provided on the site plan. We ask that the CAD file be given to Sean, and that Sean review the CAD file to verify those numbers. I mean, I just saw one discrepancy real quick. In the notice of intent, the notice of intent says that there's over 90,000 square feet of impervious surface, but yet the site plan says there's 79,000 square feet of impervious surface. So I think there's some reason to be concerned about the accuracy of some of these calculations. So thank you very much for the time tonight, and we look forward to participating in the next meeting.
Thank you very much. Excellent comments. I appreciate that. Julie, are you seeing anyone else?
Nadine Hannah?
Nadine, let's invite Nadine.
Hi everyone, how are you tonight? Thanks for having me.
Welcome.
Hi everyone, I had trouble with multiple devices at one time. Am I here?
Yes. There's an echo. Your phone? It's a feedback. I think it's from her computer on her end. There. Oops.
They're gonna teach me about this later.
Oh. It's good now, right?
She was on there twice. I muted one. So.
Oh, sorry, you should be good.
So she might have been on her phone, had it on her phone and her computer.
Hi, do you have me now?
Yes, yes.
Hi, so sorry about that. You're right. I did have you on my phone and my computer. I was in more than one spot at a time.
We've all been there, yeah. That's okay.
Nadine Hannah, 11 Stafford Road. Thank you again for having me. I'm going to get teased by my neighbors for this for sure later on, but just a couple of quick points. First of all, of course, I echo everything that my neighbors on Spafford said, and also Attorney Dan Hill. I want to just make a quick point out, Ms. Ned Corcoran said tonight, questioning the number of beds is a non-starter for them. It's not a non-starter for us. Questioning this facility to begin with, back to basics, is a huge question for us. Should it be there? We don't think so. Could it be smaller? We think so. Something else we've been told that they wouldn't consider, which I don't know why we're taking so many things that this developer tells us to be fact, to be just kind of the way it is. Why can't we encourage, ask, or demand that they actually pay to tie into Winter Valley for not just sewer, but also road access? Why does this facility have to open up onto Highland Ave? I don't believe it has to. I just think that it's not as cost effective to them, but it's highly detrimental to our lifestyle, our neighborhood, our well-being to have it tie in on Highland and, leading out of Spafford. Another quick point, in regards to the Highland Street plantings that were mentioned on the Conservation Commission, and I know that Ned pointed out tonight that during the party specific site visit that they had, that they discussed this double planting row concept, which is something that was echoed as being effective between some houses on Spafford and Milton Hospital. From the Hills House, familiar with the Hills House, which I'm at number 11, that's 2 houses up from me, and down the hill from there, we don't have the double row arborvitae plantings that they were referencing. So I invited the Conservation Commission, I invite all of you, come on over to my backyard right now, especially before it leaves out. I can show you what it looks like to see a medical facility that's actually much farther, downhill, farther from the hospital than St. Teresa's house will be across from the proposed Northbridge site. And you can see what it looks like to see a medical facility and then directly abutting my backyard. They have utility trucks and sheds and all kinds of equipment. And as I mentioned during that meeting, I knew what I was getting into when I bought my house. It was winter, it was, without foliage. And as I also said, it further away. It's still striking. I wake up every morning, go to my bathroom, I see a hospital. I hear the noise in the hospital. They're doing work at night. I'm not sure what they're doing, but it's active. They don't have a robust planting plan for Highland Ave. They don't have a robust screening plan for the loading dock, for the trash area. These are all things that are going to be highly visible in the current plan that should be encouraged or forced to update and increase. The parking, the traffic, as was stated earlier, there's been this consistent talk downplaying how much traffic was brought into the area. And we were told, that had so much to do with, the people who are occupying the building, not really operating motor vehicles, and all this talk of how they could structure the employees' schedule timing to kind of, mitigate some of that traffic. And now here we go. We're going to openly invite crowds of people to come in on holidays, on what the neighborhood experiences an off day for regular traffic as it is. And to Mandy's presentation, she didn't have time to include the picture that she took today of me walking down the hill with my 1-year-old in the carriage, and the complete stop of traffic when it came to a delivery vehicle, a hospital-related vehicle, and just, my own or her own vehicle, one of our vehicles parked in the street at the same time. We can't get through as it is. We shouldn't be overburdening the street any further. We just ask you guys to really force them to not tell us what it is we should be accepting. We should be telling them what is okay, what is acceptable and appropriate for this neighborhood in Milton. And my last point being towards what I will just outright call the deforestation of the 230 or so trees. This concept of a 1-for-1 planting, or, if it comes down to the, replacing by the caliper size, imagine if you made like a spring bed, right, of like tulips or daffodils. You're encouraged to plant in clusters. When you take away a forest and then you drop a tree here and there throughout town, you're not having the same impact like that you would if you planted a forest, if you planted a cluster of trees, you planted even a cluster of flowers. That's where that kind of analogy comes from. What they're doing is going to be striking. They're going to be ripping out the forest. It's going to be a facility and commercial in a neighborhood that was previously forested residential and actually with a history of old buildings and old trees. And now that's going to be gone. So the entire nature of our neighborhood is going to be gone. And that's a huge decision to make for the town, not just the neighborhood, for the town in general. So thank you for your consideration tonight.
Thank you very much. And I think with that, I appreciate all the comments from everyone, but I think that we should, it's 11:20, make a motion to move this, and we'll have more time on the 27th for further discussion. If I could entertain a motion to move the public hearing, to continue the public hearing until April 27th. Motion?
Yeah, make a motion to continue
until
27th.
I'm sorry? I know, can they speak on the trial? Yeah.
I just want to.
They've been on for waiting,
So long. Okay. All right. If we have 2 more people, if we could just keep it, if they could keep it, really to 2 minutes. We have one more item on our agenda, but.
I just want to make one quick comment on the MBTA community. I'm really upset that we're getting to it at 11 o'clock at night, 5 minutes for 3 or 4 meetings in a row. And I feel like this is like one of the most important things in town right now. And we hear it from residents, and we're spending no time on it. And we need a meeting just for MBTA community. I agree. I'm going to say.
I know. I was going to say the same thing and we have a public hearing, but first on our agenda. Yes. So, all right, Julia, who do you have then?
Alan Hankins.
Okay. If we can have Alan speak for just very briefly.
Yes, hello. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
All right, I appreciate you guys hearing me. I know it's late and everybody wants to move on to other things. I will keep this very short. I represent the Wells family at 179 Highland. We've all heard a lot about how wet this site is. We've heard about pipes that drain onto the site, the amount of flooding that occurs. It's clearly a big issue with the site. So I just want to point out that it doesn't seem, at least in any of the materials that I've reviewed, that there's been any sort of a survey to map and determine, I guess, the existing stormwater structure, the pipes, those kinds of things that are currently located at this property. I know that the NOI references a manhole structure that's towards the north end of the western intermittent stream that's going to be removed. to accommodate the new stream crossing to the rear parking area. And I haven't seen anything that talks about what infrastructure that manhole ties into, how its removal will affect the other drainage systems that are currently in place of this property. Given the history of how old the agricultural use for the site dates back, I think it's going to be actually pretty difficult to know what's underground that relates to the stormwater system. And it doesn't appear, at least from what I've seen, that there's been any effort to survey and understand what's there, which seems to be a pretty critical issue. I don't know how you plan to do construction at this wet of a site with known stormwater infrastructure in place without having a pretty clear understanding going into it what is where. So I'm excited to ask a few more questions at the April 27th meeting. That's just the top of mind question that seems like a critical issue that I just have not yet seen addressed. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, next, Julia.
Tatia West.
Tatia?
Tosia.
Tosia?
Tusha.
Tosha.
Hello? Hello?
Hello? Oh, Tosia, yes.
Yes, it's Tasha Wells, 179 Highland Street. I will be very brief. Thank you all for your time and consideration. I really appreciate it. And thank you, Alan. I just want to say that I support my neighbors on Spafford Road and all of the points that they have made tonight. And that is all that I will say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is that
Frank Donovan.
Frank? We can let Frank in. Again, briefly, please. Thank you.
He's muted. I'm asking him to unmute, please. Can you just tell him that
You're muted, Frank?
I'm sorry, I thought someone said, yes, they heard me. Just real quick, Frank Donovan, 16 Spafford. My question is more how these meetings are run. The last couple I've been on, this issue's been relegated to the end of the meeting. Everybody's trying to get out the door, which I totally understand, but it's not getting the attention that it deserves. I think we lose people from other parts of town that aren't so effective, but probably would like to hear the whole story. So how does the agenda get set? Like what's discussed first, that sort of thing? Thank you.
Thank you. This was an unusual evening that we had 3 public hearings. This usually is not the case. We were wrapping up 440 Granite so that we could have a vote with all of our board members all together. And then we have a zoning article, which is critical of the timing that we discussed that also this evening, and of course, memory care. So it's all important.
Yeah, one of the things I think that I would say too is that we have to do continuation to a date and time certain, and so we have to hold it at that time. And so I just want to say that sometimes we try and accommodate schedules and we do it every 2 weeks out, but sometimes it really might need more time and need a month out to fit other things on the agenda, because there's time frames that we have to respond to applications. So we can't just put applications off and only focus on one.
Yeah.
We have to try and work on all things. So unfortunately, it does push things sometimes late.
Which actually leads me, because the MBTA communities is something we have a timeline on, to really give memory care the time and be able to put it on earlier in the agenda. What if we've already continued the hearing for the recodification to the 27th? What if we put the MBTA communities and dedicate that meeting, and then be able to dedicate the following meeting for memory care? And we could put you on earlier on the agenda, and have a real in-depth discussion. because I'm worried that the MBTA communities is also going to be a really long discussion. It's something that's huge. I don't know how the board members feel
I think
about
that
that.
makes a lot more sense. I think that's fairer to 111 Highland, and also gives us the chance to focus on the MBTA communities. I'd support that.
So that would be May 11th?
It would be May 11th is our next scheduled, yes. And that, yes.
That'd be fine.
Is that okay? It would be
Push this off to, I guess,
a better discussion for you, I think, yeah, with you.
May
So, May 11th.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to continue the public hearing for 111 Highland Street Memory Care Facility to May 11th at 7:05.
To 7:05. What time did we put the,
We did 7:05 on the 27th.
7:05, and then, so 7:05, yes, so that's open. Second? Okay. Rich?
Yes.
Cheryl?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Maggie?
Yes.
And myself, yes. Great. Thank you all. We'll see you on the 11th.
And Rich, thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, good.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Good job, Rich.
Good.
So my
So good night, everybody. Thank you
So
for
my
coming.
I do have a constraint. I do have a constraint. Even a few weeks ago, I mentioned that I couldn't come April 13th. Then
Yeah. Oh, you moved whatever you
I
had to.
moved, I have to move, but I have to go. I have to. My
Yeah,
son's driving.
you need to go. You definitely
My son's
go.
driving to Virginia, and I need
Yeah,
to
you
give
do.
him the car.
Please, you go. Yes. Yes, you go. So, Tim? See what? Yes. I didn't see your mic. Tim, unfortunately, we are out of time. Maggie, if you need to go, you please go ahead. The
Can we just have
MBTA
5
communities.
minutes? I'd like to
That's
give
what
Tim some feedback.
Me too. All right.
Okay.
But Maggie, thank you for sticking it out.
Thank
this
you,
long.
Maggie.
All right, Cheryl, go ahead if you want to go first.
Tim, I looked through what UTL supplied, and I just wanted to ask, are they out now, are we done with their scope of services, or we can't get another crack at the model? Because we talked last time about looking at higher density at some parts of the 1/2 mile radius, not having it be one consistent density across the whole district. And, this compliance model, the only one that it has that actually works is in a sub-district that's closest to the trolley, but not the entire 1/2 mile. And it puts it at 4 units an acre on a minimum lot size of 4,000 square feet. And it gets us to the 15 units an acre, but by using East Milton Square and the Granite Ave. But we talked about possibly also including something on Randolph Ave.
2 parcels on.
And I'd like to, so I think we need more work. And
Same.
I just wanted to see where we were with UTIL and see where we were with MAPC. And I want time for us to discuss these pieces of it. And we don't really have time tonight, so that's my feedback.
So we still have scope with UTL, and the primary tasks that we still have them for are another model run of districts. So we could have them test additional districts, or change the borders of districts we've already tested. We have them on the hook for visualizations of what different sort of densities would look like in districts that we choose. And then we have them on the hook to produce some materials to present to the board. I'm less interested in who does the work and more interested in the number of model runs that we can get out of these technical assistance providers. And so MAPC is also offering technical assistance on running the compliance model. My thinking in all of this is, What was that?
I was going to say, UTL is also expected to give a public presentation and take that feedback, and that's where they were going to do the second reiteration.
So their scope has them producing materials for public presentation. They're not actually, our scope with them is not actually to come and present. Consistent with other providers that are doing technical assistance through the Mass Housing Market.
And I guess their first one, I expected their mapping to give more combinations of, say, they seem to max out and go way over in districts, giving us far many more units than were required. So they sort of mapped it out with a large.
So one of the things I was saying
area.
is, you have to start somewhere, and I think it's useful to see, like once they set it up, now we're learning some things, and that's why I wanted to know how many more process runs we have, because I almost would like now to have a session. I mean, I don't know if it's in their scope, but now they know something. If we said, well, if you did this, what do you think might happen? If we did this, what do you think might happen? And I'm not sure yet that I have grasped it. I haven't looked at this like the way they have, but I still think we have some more things to test. And I want to make sure that we don't burn through the fee without getting to test more.
Right.
And I think we don't want to be shooting in the dark either. So I'd like the request to be informed. So I almost feel like I want a little report that says, now that we've done this little bit of study, and maybe it's you having a conversation with them, Tim, and you reporting it to us back, if that's the way the scope needs to work.
I was prepared to do that tonight. The materials that you have, there's a lot of context behind them that.
Yeah, so let's just talk schedule for a little bit then, because, all right, you have said that we have to use the fee for some of this work by the end of July. We're at the middle of April now, and I'm just trying to look, how many meetings is that? And
that's for MAPC. MAPC is right.
I thought.
No, both technical assistance providers are basically through the end of the fiscal year.
So we have 3 months, basically, 3.5 months. And if you think we meet twice a month, that's like 7 meetings. Think about how big a job this is for 7 meetings. I mean, I just think, okay, in 2 weeks we're going to have another meeting. I really would like to have a meeting that's just dedicated to this, so we feel like we're guiding this work. So I guess in 2 weeks we can try and really delve into it. I just feel that we've missed a whole month by keeping this out to the end of the agenda each time. I feel like that's it's going to put us in a little bit of a rush. And so,
well, we just got the maps from UTL, so we actually didn't really have anything to discuss until tonight because we just got the maps this week. And
Meredith, the maps are only as good as the inputs that we give to them to provide, and without having a discussion. Like, I'm happy going back and forth with UTL testing some of these things. You're happy with that, and I mean you as a board. I mean, I think that without having guidance as to what types of density do we want to test? What are new dimensions? I mean, I've given them what I've been provided by the board, but unless there's that consistent back and forth informing that, I mean, the maps have been there. We haven't really had a chance to discuss them.
So let's think about this. If this were a project, I'm sorry, if I just may. If this were a project, Sean, this were a project in your office, you would have a schedule, you'd map it out, you'd know what you're going to try and get done in 2 weeks or 4 weeks, et cetera. And I know that Tim has said he's wanted our feedback for a few meetings. I'm not blaming anyone here. I'm just trying to get more urgency about the work, because I feel like
I feel the same way.
We need that urgency. It just, it's such an important thing for us to really get our heads around.
And it may mean that
we're still trying to do is get our heads around it.
And we may need to add another meeting in between after the 27th meeting, and then maybe add another meeting, because I think we're going to learn a lot about that.
Yeah, okay.
But
yeah, I think that might And I think, Tim, if you could help us at the next meeting, maybe a draft of a schedule of what you think. We've been learning too with working with you, Till, and talking to all these folks. If, I think even for the public to know that we're going to plan for a public meeting, approximately whatever in May. I'm just throwing out ideas because
Tim has a timeline because we had to submit that to.
Yeah. Well,
So-
but even to get that timeline sort of back out in public view, because you know how it is in the summer, people will be busy, and then we're going to get to the fall. And anyway, I just want to make sure that we're communicating not only our own work, but we're communicating with folks, because there's I don't know, I've been campaigning for re-election and I've talked to a lot of people.
And they don't know about this.
This is the thing that, no, they do know about it, but they're concerned about it. And they don't know a lot about it.
I know a lot of people don't even know about it, so,
So one of the things, even places like Fuller Village, they talk about MBTA communities. So, I mean, it's out there.
Good.
And people want to know what it means for us in Milton.
Great. So, all right. So we will put this on. Immediately following our recodification discussion, and that'll be our agenda for the 27th.
Good.
Anything else, Tim, that you wanted to add before we adjourn?
All set.
Okay. All right. With that, motion to adjourn.
I'll make the motion. Rich, what is motion to adjourn?
Oh, Rich, yes. Second?
I'll second.
Second. Okay, roll call. Sean?
Yes.
Cheryl?
Yes.
Yes.
Rich?
Yes.
Myself? Yes.
I thought you guys were just trying to get me to 12.
Good evening. Oh, we're going to drag it out. Good night.